to a safer location.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Smokey, all right. He likes it when people help prevent wildfires. It hits him close to home. Not everybody gets the hug, my friend. So that's pretty special to get a hug from Smokey Bear.
So it was him. Hey, guys, I told you it was Smokey.
Okay, well, congratulations, my friend. And thanks for calling. There are many ways to prevent a wildfire. Learn how you can do your part at SmokeyBear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council, and your state forester.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. Waking up every day, lifting him from the bed to the wheelchair to the car to get him to therapy on time, it's no small task between the doctors and the diagnosis, but nothing can disable this love. This is my big brother, my hero. He's part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. See, there's no time for tired. This starts again tomorrow. He'll be waiting for me. I wake up for him. I know he needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community, or call 877-333-5885. Caregiving Resource Center. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
The Los Angeles Dodgers are now the back-to-back champs after taking both games 6 and 7 in Toronto to win the 2025 World Series 4-3. Dodgers pitcher Yoshinobu Yamamoto was named the World Series MVP after getting 3 wins, including both games 6 and 7, which he came in late in the game on 0 days rest. After what many are calling the best World Series in a generation, has Rob Manfred and Theo Epstein brought baseball back to national prominence. And it was a wild and crazy ending in a true shootout between the 40-year-old Joe Flacco, who had a career-high 470 passing yards and 4 touchdowns, and the Bengals and second-year quarterback Caleb Williams and the Bears, ending with a 47-42 Bears win. The game had it all: late, long touchdowns, onside kick recoveries, big plays, quarterback catches for touchdowns, everything except defense. It was a big win for Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams as they try to navigate their team to the top of the loaded NFC North, which features no teams under 500 at the halfway point of the season. And before we learn some new Jabba rules and dial it up to 11, we will whip around the rest of the NFL's Week 9 an earth-shattering, live Monday night edition of Jabba and the Man.
Significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley, at this point, I'm gonna fight them all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Taking time. Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really? And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget.
Let's do it. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to a new show of Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, the one and only Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain, and Speedy Petey. 631 again, 672-3108 is the number to call. You can call us throughout the show. We have Tommy Poops on the board. He's going to be answering all the calls. So if you want to interact with us, you want to reach out to us, you are more than welcome to do so. Whatever we talk about tonight, you can reach out to us and argue it or even quote us through the show. So I'm sure there's a lot of quotes, a lot of craziness. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth every single Mondays and now Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. I'm trying to keep my voice wet. I've been working all weekend, and I know everybody's probably saying, what the hell does that mean? How do you keep your voice wet? Well, you got to keep it wet. You got to drink water, and that's what I've been doing over the last 24 hours. I did 3 weddings this weekend. I went from Friday to Saturday to Sunday. It was a long process. It was probably 24 hours worth of DJing in 3 days. It's a lot of work. I don't know if anybody's prepared. The preparation behind it is significant. And, I'm a little tired. I actually went to work today. I work at a hospital, and then I'm here, doing a 4-hour show. It's not easy, ladies and gentlemen, but happy to entertain you guys. And we are going to entertain you guys throughout the show. I will say this also. This weather, I love the cold. I love the fall feeling here in Long Island. It was about, I would say 55, 54 today. And then it started to get a little bit more chilly. Looked like it was going to rain. It didn't rain. It's cloudy. And if anybody or everybody who doesn't know, daylight savings time was on Saturday, late Saturday night. So now it's getting dark at like 5:30 in the afternoon. So it's completely dark here in Long Island. So it's
seasonal depression is real. Seasonal depression, we were talking about that, a bunch of buddies in the neighborhood, and it's like once it gets to this point, you're like, and it doesn't really hit you. One of our neighbors, he's a younger dad, and he's like, man, I didn't really think it was that big of a deal until I hit. Now he's like, I feel like a terrible dad because it's like, what can we do? We can only go to the Y so much or the bounce house, which gives me anxiety even saying it. But it's like, you're right, because there's only so much you can do. And it's like your body tells you like, oh, it's dark. Like, oh, I should be getting dinner ready. And you're like, it's 5:30. Like, what is going on right now?
I don't like it. I really don't like it, but you get used to it because as it gets colder in the wintertime and you could see you could see the flame, whatever you call it, like the smoke coming out of your mouth because it's too cold.
Breath?
Yeah, your breath. I don't know what you call it. Just your breath and all the fizz coming out of your mouth. It's a little bit different than in the summertime when you're sweating your butt off and you're trying to figure out, well, when am I going to get into the pool? Or if I'm going to the ocean, when am I going to the beach? I got to go to work. The beach is closed at 6, 7 o'clock and you can't go to the beach anyway. So unless you're a surfer and you have to find your way. But what is this? What is it? There it is. Daylight savings time. There it is. Right there, ladies and gentlemen. It was 2 o'clock in the morning when daylight savings time was here in New York. I don't know where it is anywhere else, but
I think that's universal. Is that
all
too?
right? Yeah. So it was 2 a.m.
Would you rather be hot or would you rather be cold?
Cold. Absolutely cold. The heat. See, the problem here is if you're too hot, you can take your shirt off all the way to your bare ass. You're still hot. You're still hot.
You can't take your skin off.
No, you can't take your skin off. So you could jump in, you could jump in a pool or do something of that magnitude. But what happens if you don't have a pool next to you? Well, you're going to jump in a cold shower? I mean, honestly, with the winter, you could put on a coat, you could put on a beanie, you could put on gloves, you could put on boots. It'll keep you warm. You could put on sweats. You can never be too cold when it comes to the wintertime. But in the summertime, you can be too hot. And you could be burning, you could be sweating, you could be leaking. I call it leaking because once it gets to my ass, as we call it, swamp ass, it's no fun. No fun. Poops is laughing, but it's true.
You get the sweat that rolls down your back. No,
dude, when I go to the gym, and even now with the wintertime coming around the corner, and I'm running on the treadmill or I'm walking on the treadmill, I'm sweating. And where does it hit me first? It heads to my ass. That's where it heads. And then it starts to leak down my back. But it's usually on any guy. I don't know women because they wear thongs, they do all they wear these they wear nothing under their shorts or whatever the hell they're wearing, their body suits. So they don't sweat as much as we do. We sweat like crazy. And I that's one of the reasons why I don't like cardio, and I don't like going on a treadmill. Now I've been doing it every single day, and I'm so used to it. So it's not one of the fun things to do when you go to the gym is go on, hey, I'm going to go run on the cardio machines. I'm going to go on the treadmill. I'm going to go on the elliptical. I'm going to go on the stairs. I don't like it, but you have to, especially if you want to keep your A1C down, which I've been doing very, very good. And by the way, Coach Fish, you know all about that. And I've taken some advice from people that have been through diabetes. And I don't have diabetes, but I don't want diabetes because our executive producer he is diabetic. And he goes through a lot of different things and trials and tribulations in his life. And I sincerely, wish nothing but the best for him. It's not easy. My father was diabetic. So I don't want to go through that. It's the worst of the worst diseases you can go through because there's no control of it. And even when you try to control it, you can't control it. And I'm sure Fish could tell you a bunch of stories, and I don't really want to get into it. It's his business. But yeah, so I don't want to be diabetic. So that's all I'm going to say about that. And that's what I'm doing, treadmill work, and I've lost 30 pounds. I've been drinking lots and lots of water, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I've been doing, drinking a lot of it. But it's not fun when you're so used to eating and drinking all the different things you've been doing since you were a kid, and now you can't even do it. So, because you got to be careful. So it's time consuming. Speedy, you know all about time consuming or consumptions, as we all know. Anyways, we have a great show lined up for you a little bit later at 8:45. We will be talking to the founder and former CEO of Steiner Sports. Yes, he's never been on the show. I know Jabba knows him. I've never interviewed him before. I've heard a lot about him, and I'm interested to get him on the show. Brandon Steiner will be joining us, and now he's the CEO of Collectible Exchange and the Steiner Agency. So he will be joining us in just a little bit of time. So I would say about an hour from now. So Brandon Steiner will be joining us. We'll have a little fun with him. We'll talk a lot about, dealing with personal athletes, as we all know, Jabba. I mean, seriously, you have to deal with a lot of crazy athletes. What he had to deal with over the years, and now he's still doing it, and now he's doing it with all different people. So we'll get Brandon Steiner on the show a little bit later in the show. It'll be fun, but we have to get into the World Series because the World Series is the talk of sports right now, or the talk, as they say in Boston. In Saturday night's Game 7, the Los Angeles Dodgers beat the Toronto Blue Jays 5-4 in 11 innings to become back-to-back World Series champions. The Blue Jays took a 3-0 lead after Bichette hit a 3-run shot off of Ohtani in the third inning. After the Dodgers fought back with a couple of sacrifice flies to make it 4-2, Muncy hit a solo shot in the eighth inning to cut the deficit to 4-3, setting the stage for the unlikeliest of heroes. How do you pronounce his name? Rojas. Yeah, Rojas, the Dodgers' nine hitter, an ace fielding second baseman, hit a solo home run to tie the game with 1 out in the ninth inning. Rojas then made the game-saving defensive play, throwing a base runner out at home in the bottom of the inning. In extras, the Dodgers brought in Yamamoto less than 24 hours after winning game number 6. He pitched almost 3 innings to get the win after Smith hit the series-winning home run in the top of the 11th. Yamamoto was named the World Series MVP with 3 wins, a 1.02 ERA, and 15 strikeouts in the series. The Dodgers have won 3 out of the last 6 World Series. Well, I wrote a story after the World Series. I sat at 7-Eleven after the World Series and wrote a long story about this unbelievable win. And if you're a Dodger fan, there's really nothing to say. Congratulations to the Dodgers. They bought another championship. And I know everybody's going to say, well, you're a hated Yankee fan. You hate the Dodgers. You don't want to see the Dodgers win. No, that's not it. That's not it, guys. The fact is, and I'll go back and forth with this, the Dodgers have been an organization that has built their team around deferred money. Now, every team could use the deferred money. I know that's what Jaba's going to say. I know that's what everybody will say. Every baseball team could use the deferred aspect of the game. Well, why haven't other teams done it? And if there have been teams that have done it, they haven't done it as much as the LA Dodgers have. And why? Now, we've seen Mookie Betts. Mookie Betts took the deferred money. Freddie Freeman took the deferred money. Yamamoto decided to come and play with Ohtani. Sasaki did the same. We look at this team. You brought Hernandez in. You sprinkle a little this guy and Rojas, and you sprinkle a little this guy, Will Smith. And this team is a championship contending team. They're stacked from top to bottom. Their relief is one of the best in baseball, even though they weren't very good in the World Series and throughout the playoffs. But this rotation with Snell, deferred money. Glass now, I would say some of it deferred, but most of it is paid up front. This is a team that built their dynasty and winning around money and paying players to come here and honestly make a deal, spin the wheel and make the deal and say, you know what, come here, we'll give you $10 million and 20 years from now or 12 years from now, we'll pay you the rest of the money. You're going to get endorsed, you're going to get rings, and we're going to become a dynasty of an organization, and you're going to have a chance to really be a part of something special. Now, everybody's going to look at this and they're going to say, well, didn't the Yankees do that in the 90s? And we've said this over and over and over again. The Yankees did not do this in the 90s. And if we want to go back and we look at the 90s, the Yankees didn't win their first title until 96. They brought up Derek Jeter in 95, and Derek Jeter eventually became the captain of the team later in his career, probably 3-4 years after winning a couple of titles. But before that, Derek Jeter was young. And they had Bernie Williams on this roster. They made a trade. They brought in Paul O'Neill for Roberto Kelly. And I remember Roberto Kelly was a top prospect for the New York Yankees. The Yankees then decided to bring up players like Mariano Rivera, which if anybody has not checked out the Expos documentary, the Yankees made a trade with the Expos to bring in Wickman. That was the trade that the Yankees made, the big move to bring in a relief pitcher. And they brought Wickman in, and Wickman was the closer for the New York Yankees.
Oh, John Wetland.
I'm sorry, Wetland. I'm thinking of something else. But John Wetland, he was traded to the Yankees from the Expos when the Expos were trying to tear apart that team before they decided to move him to, we all know where they went, Washington. But if you go back, John Wetland was the guy. He was the closer. Mariano Rivera got called up. He was the 8th inning guy. Andy Pettitte got called up in 95, 96. Then we saw Jorge Posada. We saw the team being built around a core of players. You brought in Wade Boggs. You brought in Paul O'Neill. Tino Martinez, the Yankees brought in. They brought in all these guys. Then eventually Scott Brosius and Charlie Hayes. And we could go on and on and on with the roster. Most of those guys were not superstars. Paul O'Neill and Tino Martinez were great players. Paul O'Neill came from Cincinnati. He did win a title with Cincinnati, but Paul O'Neill was up and down before he was traded to the New York Yankees and became the Warrior. Tino Martinez was a good player. He was a great first baseman with a lot of pop. Did he have the power that he had when he went to Yankee Stadium? No, he did not. It took him a little while, and then he hit those 50 home runs. He had a 50 home run season. He had a couple of 40 home run season or close to 40 home run seasons. He became a power hitter with the New York Yankees, maybe because of the short porch and maybe because of the depth of the lineup that the Yankees built. The Yankees did not buy their championships. They didn't. And anybody that is going to argue that with me, go back in time and look at the roster. When you look at this Dodger team, I just go up and down it. I said Will Smith was a part of the Dodger organization. As a matter of fact, I look back, he was part of the Braves organization. The Braves drafted Will Smith. Shohei Ohtani was part of the Angels organization. Freddie Freeman, Atlanta. Mookie Betts, Boston. And we go on and on and on from this roster. Nobody in this lineup started their career with the Dodgers.
You're thinking of the opposite Will Smith. Will Smith, the catcher, was drafted by the Dodgers. Will Smith, the pitcher, was the Braves.
Okay, so there you go.
There's two.
All right, so Will Smith. I'm trying to go through what I see here on this roster. This is not the same thing when you're trying to compare the Yankees and the Dodgers. You can't compare both dynasties. The Yankees went on to win 3 championships in a row, won 4 out of 5 championships. And everybody says, well, the Dodgers could do that. The Dodgers could win 3 next year. And they very much could. Blake Snell is still very young. Glasnow is still young. Ohtani is still fairly young. He'll be 32 next year. Yamamoto is a young pitcher. Sasaki is, 29 years old? This is a great rotation. The lineup, Freddie Freeman's getting up in age. Mookie Betts is still young. Muncy is still middle age. Oh, you look at this roster, this is still a capable roster. And who knows what they do in the offseason? Maybe they make a move for Bryce Harper. Maybe they make a move for one of these guys like Kyle Tucker. And Kyle Tucker takes deferred money to go and play for the Dodgers. I don't know. But what I do know is baseball needs to figure this out. Now, I know everybody's going to say, oh, you're a sore loser. You're a poor man's Dodger fan. And I'm not. I'm not a poor man's Dodger fan. That's what somebody told me on social media. Says, you're a Yankee fan. You're a poor man's Dodger fan. I said, poor man? The Yankees won 27 World Series, and I've seen about 5 or 6 of them. Okay? How am I a poor man's Yankee fan or Dodger fan? I'm not. I just know what I see. And what I've seen with the Dodgers and what the Dodgers have done, is it bettering baseball? Is it making baseball better? Is it challenging other teams to do the same thing that they have done over the past 3 or 4 or 5 years? The answer would be no. Because no team in baseball can do that or will do that. The Red Sox will never do that. The Red Sox are not Henry will never do that. And the Yankees have already come out and said they're not going to do that. They don't do that. That's not what the organization does. And again, it doesn't work. Baseball, over the years, it's been around. Deferred money's been around forever. And nobody's done it. Or they've done it in increments. But the Dodgers have taken it to a whole nother level. And now baseball, after next year, is going to go on strike. They're going to go on strike. They're going to have to figure things out. Are these owners going to sit there and allow this to continue happening as the Dodgers continue to smile and win rings, especially if the Dodgers pull off another championship next year to make it 3 in a row? The answer would be no. And if you're a baseball fan and you're going into next season wondering, well, I'm a Met fan. I'm not a Met fan, but I have Met fan friends that say, oh, I'm a Met fan. I'm a lousy Met fan, or I'm a hated Met fan, or I hate being a Met fan. The Mets built this team bringing in Soto and Lindor, and they thought they were going to bring in Vladimir Guerrero in the offseason. Well, they missed out on that, but they're building by spending money. And they're never going to get over the hump because there's no way in hell the Mets are going to beat the Dodgers and what the Dodgers have put together over the last 3 seasons. There's no way in hell. Met fans, not a chance. They keep bringing in Pete Alonso, Kyle Tucker, and Bryce Harper. They're not beating the Dodgers if the Dodgers are even half healthy, as we've seen they got healthy at the end of the season. That, to me, is bothersome. And everybody's going to say, well, wait a second. The Blue Jays gave him a challenge. Okay, the Blue Jays gave him a challenge. Do you think this Blue Jays team is going to be in the World Series next year? The answer would be no. This is going to be a completely different team. They're not bringing Bichette back. They're not paying him. They just paid Vladimir Guerrero a lot of money. So, and now they have other pitchers that they might not be able to bring back. Shane Bieber might be a free agent. He might go elsewhere. There are other guys that are free agents at the end of the season. And after what they did in the World Series and throughout the playoffs, they're going to make themselves a lot of money. The Dodgers, this is practically the same team. They're all under contract. Every single one of these guys are under contract next year. And who's to say they're not going to add another 1 or 2 players or another relief pitcher and give them deferred money? That's what bothers me about this. And as a Yankee fan, I don't think the Yankees are going to win because no matter what the Yankees are going to do, the Yankees already said they're not doing this deferred money thing. And a lot of the players that the Yankees have even thought to pay deferred money to, they've already said no to it. So Kyle Tucker might go to the Dodgers if it helps him win a championship or 2 or 3 championships and take deferred money because he's going to get endorsements, sponsorships. Who knows what the Dodgers are going to offer to Kyle Tucker if they think that Kyle Tucker would be a good fit with them. That's what bothers me about this, because now that 1, 2, 3, 4 players, big superstars have done it, now everybody's looking at it saying, I could go play for the Dodgers right now. I can win multiple championships. The Dodgers could win 5 championships in a row if I go to that team. And that's what bothers me about this. Not the fact that the Dodgers have figured out a way. Like Bill Belichick, he found ways to win. He found ways to trick the rule book to work in his favor. Even though it was legal, a lot of coaches didn't think it was legal. But he found a way to make it work for the Patriots, make it work for him. And this is the same thing the Dodgers have figured out. Hey, this has been around for a long time. The Tampa Bay Rays did it for years with the shifting. John Madden was the king of it. Shifting's been around forever, since the 50s and the 60s. And what did Joe Madden do? Joe Madden decided, hey, you know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to completely build my defense and my team around shifting around the ballpark. I'm going to look at analytics, and I'm going to use the analytics to make sure that I could defend against every single player that comes to my ballpark or any other team's ballpark. And that's why the Rays were so successful over the years when Joe was there. And they're still using it. Now, baseball has changed it. They've taken away shifting in some kind of way. I mean, you can use it in different ways, but you really can't use it the way you used it. They used it, and other teams have used it over the years through analytics. Baseball needs to figure out how to control this deferred money situation, because if they don't, the Dodgers are going to continue winning because players are going to want to go there. Players know they're going to make their money back and they're going to get paid, and they can win titles. And with titles brings superstardom and being compared to some of the greatest franchises of all time. Could you imagine the Dodgers win 5 championships in a row and be considered the New York Yankees of what was that? The 50s when they won 5 in a row? I mean, come on. Just think about it, because of the difference in thought of different decades and the way the decades were played, because there was no trades and there was no free agency at the time. It's a different sport now. And now the Dodgers can spin the wheel and make the deal. Yeah, we've always talked about like loopholes with these salary cap situations. Obviously, we got mad at the NHL with the Tampa Bay Lightning for doing that, for keeping their players on long-term IR just for them to come back to the playoffs and then get them healthy. In football, we've seen that kind of thing with converting signing bonuses into or converting base salary into signing bonuses to get out of bad cap situations. But the difference with those two and this is the contracts are a lot bigger and they go for a longer period of time. In football, you can't sign a contract more than, I believe, 10 years. That was Mahomes' contract. He signed in 2020. In baseball, you could sign it even longer than that, as we've seen with certain coaches or certain players that have gotten 15, 16-year deals. And the counter is going to be for the big market teams like the Yankees and the Mets to try to counter that, to do exactly what the Dodgers are doing and try to make it work. For a middle market team, it's going to be what Java, you have brought up many times, and I brought up years ago with the Braves, like them paying their players early, but finding a balance to make it work, because deferred money's been around for a while, but it was only used as an escape. It wasn't used as a pre-contract strategy. The Orioles used it with Chris Davis's contract. The Mets used it with Bobby Bonilla's contract and not have to pay them then. And now you're seeing them do it as a strategy to try to balance it out. If you're a middle market team, I think the philosophy probably has to shift to, all right, let's pay one guy a lot of money up front, like Toronto did with Vlad Jr., and then try to make it work with what you have on the roster after that. And maybe that's the counter to make it work. And for the low market teams, it's probably just get your owners to freaking spend. Otherwise, you're not going to go anywhere at this point. Because in general, even before this Dodgers run, you generally had to have a top 12 payroll to win a World Series title. The Rays have done very well. The other teams,
Kansas City didn't.
Okay, I'm just saying in general. Like,
I'm just saying Kansas City didn't, and there are teams that have won without being a top 12 spending team. So there is a possibility, but my problem here is that you're looking at this team, this Dodger team, and nobody's taking shots at what the Dodgers have done, the success of the LA Dodgers. I'm just saying that, is this good for baseball? If you're a baseball fan, I know Jabba is an ex-baseball player. He's a baseball enthusiast. I love baseball. I'm a Yankee fan. I follow baseball strategically every single year. There's a ton of baseball fans here in New York. Baseball has been America's pastime. So I'm bothered by it when I see the Dodgers pull off 2 championships, 3 championships in 6 years. And there's nothing that tells me that this is not going to happen again next year. I expect the Dodgers to bring in another player, another superstar in the offseason and tell them, listen, you come here, you're going to win titles. All you got to do is take less money right now and we'll pay you later. 10 years from now, you'll be making all that money back. It might not be from me as the owner of the team. It might be from 2 other owners or another owner after I sell the team for $15 billion because the team's worth more because of all these championships.
Josh, in the comment section, anyone could do what Dodgers did it successfully. Yes. And that's why I'm saying I think
I'm not saying that. That's not the argument here. We all know everybody can do it, but nobody's going to do it as much and as good as the Dodgers have, because the Dodgers have set what would you say? You set the field. They set the field now. And now with Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts, all MVPs at the time, at the prime of their careers, and now Ohtani doing it, everybody sees it. Wow, I get to go and play with Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, and Shohei Ohtani. Oh, by the way, a cornerstone pitcher now in Yamamoto. I mean, come on. Who would want to play over there? Baseball needs to step in and do something about it. That's all I'm saying.
And the players, I think, have to do that kind of thing too. The influence that Ohtani has from a recruiting standpoint. We talk about it in the NBA more because it's a players-run league, but Ohtani had the influence with Japanese players to bring Yamamoto and Sasaki there. Is that kind of thing going to happen with somebody else? Is Juan Soto going to say, man, it's not going to be Vlad now, but is Juan Soto going to say, all right, will you take deferred money? I'll pay you a little bit more in my $765 million to get somebody to the Mets or somebody with the Yankees, etc. Maybe there's a player angle of that too, because we've discussed it many times. There probably will be a lockout, but the players union in baseball is so strong, they're not going to give in to a salary cap.
No, I mean, you present really, really good questions, but it's just, when you say what do the players do? The players want to win. So there's nothing that they're going to do to stop this in any way, shape, or form. And there's nothing there that they would do, honestly, from the guys that I've talked to, current and former. And so I just think there are obviously things you could talk about on the table, as far as like the open forums that we have every time that we have, meetings. And and whatever, but I don't think that there's anything realistically that are there ideas 100% of what you could do? Yeah, but I don't think that it would ever come to fruition of anything being able to put into motion that would change it from doing it. And Speedy, you bring up a great point because now it's kind of leverage. Now it's kind of like, hey, do this, we'll win, but you're still going to get paid, just maybe not now. Whereas back in the day, it was kind of to CYA, to cover your butt. Because it's like, hey, if it doesn't work, we can still get some guys and not, still be able to compete and win. So it's kind of switched roles if you really look at it as kind of what it was and how it's been in the game a lot of years, just not at the forefront of what it is now. I think it's obvious. You bring up like the 90s, Yankees teams, whatever. This is exactly what we heard when we won in 09 because the money we spent. And now you look at the Yankees, their payroll is middle there. I mean, it's higher echelon, but not, it's not like one or two as it was back then when we spent all the money on the guys and then we ended up winning. But baseball also too, the best team doesn't necessarily win all the time. Do I think the Dodgers were the best team in that series? No, but the ball just fell their way every time that you could think about it. And that's just the way baseball works sometimes. I don't think, will they have a chance with what they've constructed? Yes. I mean, on paper, yeah, they should be there again. It's always funny when the season's over, how fast these power rankings come out and you're just like, what, like how? And you also said, will the Blue Jays, be back next year? Probably not. But were the Blue Jays expected to be there this year? No, they weren't. So you just it's kind of tough as a player and that played for a little bit, but as a fan of baseball for longer than I would ever play the game, no matter what. I don't hate it, and I know some people will. And I think what also now, like the more I take a step back and take like the baseball part of it away, other than the championships, whatever. The guys that are doing it are really, really likable guys. Freddie Freeman's great. You look at Kershaw, and obviously Kersh didn't take whatever, but he stood by these guys and like you root, like these aren't the AJ Pierzynskis and I don't know AJ personally, but he's one of those dudes you hated that when you played against him, but you loved him on your team. But all these guys you root for and you see, all the things that they've done and how they've came together and you look at a guy that hadn't hit a homer, September was the last time Rojas hit a homer and you don't expect him to hit Will Smith. It was Will Smith. And, he is that. So do I think it's good for baseball? Yes, I do. I really do. Because as you guys have both brought up in different ways, now as a, I guess, big market, medium, whatever you want to call it. But now if you have a guy, and I'll use Skeens as an example, where they don't want to spend money. Now you have a guy stepping up and maybe he's like, hey, we've got to do something. If we want to win and I want to stay here, then you got to spend money somehow, some way, because that's exactly what's happening. And we're not. And I would hate to be able to be on a team and collect a paycheck and know I can start my vacation, October 1st. That would suck. I don't play the game, and I hope a lot of guys don't play the game for that reason other than to collect a paycheck. I don't think they do. There are some that do. I know a few personally, and that stinks because they're just really good at baseball but don't care about the game. There's plenty. There's one collecting a paycheck right now that could care two craps about baseball, and I won't mention him, but his initials are AR and he plays infield third base, but you guys can get the point. Yep. So I think it is because it forces the hand of the owners, because really at the end of the day, every owner can do it. They're all afford to do it and they're making money no matter what. Will they do it? No. Do people view it as it's bad for the game? And I can see why. I'm not disagreeing that there aren't parts of it where it does, because now it's like it just sucks as parity in the game, and we've seen it where it's like, okay, you expect these things of like the teams that are supposed to be in it all the time. And so it's really one of those good in certain context and bad in other contexts. I don't know if there's a way to regulate it. I really wish there was kind of more like, I guess,
You got a limit how much you could spend a year for like a deferred money?
if there was, and I guess the only what is the way to say it, like not a cap, but like, hey, every team has this. It's kind of like the way you go above the luxury tax, right? This team, every team gets a certain percent of it. Now just because they spend so much, do they get to spend more, or does this team that didn't spend, or I don't know the right way, or do you brainstorm and just round table it up and throw ideas and see what happens? And
are you thinking like a budget of like 5 years of deferred money and you get to use it in increments type thing?
Like any structure as far as whether you do it over time or you do it over like year to year. And if you don't use it, like, is it like, remember rollover minutes? Do you get to roll that over into next year because you didn't use it? Or, hey, if you don't use it, you lose it. So I honestly, I don't know what would be better for the game. I like it because it forces the hand sometimes of the owners to try and do certain things. But I also like, if you're a player and wants to win and you get to play with the Mookie Betts and the Freddys and the Yamamotos and Otanis, sign me up. If I'm making $4 million less, but I'm still going to make it on the back end and I want to win and have a really good clubhouse, then heck yeah, why would I not?
Well, that's not the argument here. The argument here is that I believe that this is not beneficial for baseball. If baseball and some of these teams want to compete with the Dodgers for the future, baseball needs to figure out how to control it. If they don't figure out how to control it, you're going to have the next Japanese player wanting to go and play with Otani and Yamamoto and Sasaki. Well, how is that beneficial for other teams to compete with the Dodgers? How about the National League? When you're going into a season knowing that you don't have a chance against the Dodgers. And by the way, for all you Otani fans that thought Otani was the greatest baseball player of all time, well, let's look at the 2 pitching opportunities he had in this series. They weren't good. He pitched in game number 7 in the first 3 innings. Do you want to look at his numbers, guys? The fact here is, I'm not saying Otani isn't special. He's special. He's unique, as they call him, the unicorn, as we've heard A-Rod say it, Derek Jeter say it, and everybody else say it. That's great. He pitched 2.1 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs in 3 innings. His ERA was a 7.56 in that game. And even in the game before that, he didn't pitch very well. Now he hit, and he's hit well in this series, and he's hit well pretty much throughout the playoffs, even though I think throughout the playoffs, he was 245 hitter or something of that magnitude. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but he wasn't hitting 300 throughout the playoffs. The fact here is you have to understand something. When you're comparing the greatest baseball players of all time, you got to show up in the big games, and you got to do it in every kind of way. That's why guys like Alex Rodriguez was attacked all those years until he showed up in 2009 and put the Yankees on his shoulders. It doesn't work. If you don't do it in the big games, nobody cares what you do in the regular season.
So you can't say Judge is one of the best in because he's not. He hasn't.
No, he didn't say
I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah. I'm not saying Aaron Judge and Otani have not proven themselves to be great in the playoffs. Aaron Judge finally in this playoff run, he was batting 500, but
okay,
we don't know.
How does that not go in? You look at a dude like Angel Pagan with the Giants when he went off, and if you look at his career playoff numbers, they're pretty stupid, but you're going to consider him in the biggest stages to be one of the best.
Carlos Beltran.
Yeah, but Carlos Beltran is a great player.
Albert Pujols. I mean, but they showed up.
Player.
Yeah, but they showed up in the playoffs. And
right, but I'm saying you just said in the biggest game, so if you get an opportunity to do that.
I'm giving you great players that were great in the regular season and showed up in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Miguel Cabrera was also great player. You play with Miguel. Miggy, you know how great he was. Great, one of the greatest hitters, one of the greatest right-handed hitters of all time. When it came down to the playoffs, was he not showing up in the playoffs? He was one of the best hitters in the playoffs. You couldn't pitch around the guy. He hit everything. You have to show up in the big stages. And I don't care what Ohtani has done in his career in the regular season. Until he does that, and until he's unstoppable in the playoffs, I'm not putting him with Babe Ruth. I'm not putting him with the greatest.
Everybody's stoppable in the playoffs. Dudes, I mean, the greatest, they still fail 70% of the time.
I'm just saying. I'm telling you right now. To me, I look at Ohtani. He's not an everyday play. He's a pitcher every fifth day, and he's a DH.
Okay, so David Ortiz isn't a great player since he's not an everyday player because he just DHs. But you just said he just DHs. That's what Big Papa did.
Ohtani wasn't a great player. I'm not saying Ohtani's not a great player.
No, but you said he's a one-way player.
I'm not putting Ohtani as to me, when I look at a player, and I'm looking at comparison to the great players in the league, Aaron Judge being one of them, or even Cal Raleigh. If you're going to ask me right now, who am I building my team around? I'm building around one of those guys. I'm not building around Shohei Ohtani because he only pitches every fifth day. I don't care what he does. I don't care what he does when he's a DH hitter and how many bases he steals. To me, if we've seen Ohtani play on a bad team with the Angels, we've also seen Mike Trout play on a bad team. This guy was the best player in baseball for how many years? Did they win? Did they win? No, they didn't win. Ohtani had to go to the Dodgers with the deferred money with Friedman and Mookie Betts and all those superstars to win. Okay? And that's all I'm saying. He had to.
But what's wrong with that? Mike Trout hasn't won diddly squat.
That's fine.
You want him to stay with the Angels, Errol?
I'm telling you, he bought his championships. That's what I'm saying. And I don't care what you say, Fish. That's what I look at. You bought your championships.
So he should have stayed with the team that he started with?
Ted Williams and Babe Ruth or Mickey Mantle, guys that were pretty much on those teams, besides Babe Ruth being sold to the Yankees, Mickey Mantle, Yogi Berra, all those guys.
I don't really think that's fair. You know, it's a very different world and game.
Just give me your take and get off. I don't want to hear.
You just said you don't want to hear my take.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear what you're going to say.
I won't say anything.
I don't want to hear what you have to say about Ohtani. I really don't. I've heard enough about it. I've heard enough with you with the Ohtani thing. That's it. Let's hear what you got to say about the World Series. Look, that's it.
The whole point is they don't need Ohtani to be Babe Ruth. He's one of 5 guys they could throw at you in the World Series. You realize that he's their 4th best pitcher then in the World Series for them? That's pretty ridiculous considering Yamamoto played like no one's really ever played in the World Series with 3 wins, 1 ERA. It's like Randy Johnson type stuff that we saw out of him. And then you have Snell, who was great, Glasnow, who was great. I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody. I know I'm forgetting one of them. But they just kept throwing guys at you. And Ohtani's just one of those guys as a pitcher. And he wasn't bad necessarily. He just wasn't great. He gave up that 3-run home run to Bichette, and he got the 2 inherited runs after the home run to Vladimir
His ERA in the World Series was 6. It's not.
But I'm telling you how he got all the runs. He gave up 5 runs and 2 inherited runs.
6. That's what I'm going to say. 6.
All right. Well, you don't.
Greatest player of all time
the,
would not
the
be pitching
context
a
of the games
in a World Series.
No one's saying that. No one cares. You kept saying you don't want to hear me talk about Ohtani, yet you keep making it about Ohtani.
You brought up Ohtani. You just brought up Ohtani again.
He's on the team that we're talking about, dummy.
Spit it out. Don't call me a dummy, man.
Well, then stop telling me I can't talk.
Don't call me a dummy, dude. Don't call me a dummy. Don't call me a dummy.
Oh, sorry.
Don't call me a dummy, buddy. Don't call me a dummy.
Well, what else? How else do you describe what you're doing?
I can eat you up alive right now and just attack everything.
Stop! Nobody cares about that, Errol.
I'm trying to talk about this thing, and you just don't want to let me. You want to talk about Ohtani and how you have to be right about Ohtani, and nobody cares about Ohtani like that. I'm just telling you that he makes that team better, like I tried to tell you last time, and that's all. That's all it is. And it's really important you understand that why they lost had nothing to do with that. I think it's the clutchness of this team with the manager. I mean, they brought in Andy Pages to get that. It makes that crazy catch immediately after they bring him in for Edman that helps save the day. That's a great managerial move. They won the game in 18 innings. That's a devastating loss. Then Game 6, we haven't even talked about Game 6, man. Game 6 was crazy. That ball gets sort of stuck under the wall in left center. And that's not really stuck. Like, if he went there, he could have grabbed it very easily. It wasn't like that.
Did you see, Fish, too? Kike being the salty veteran that he is, he wasn't going to throw his hands up. He looked at Kike when he was running over, and Kike was looking in the infield, throwing his hands up. before he got to the ball because he knew that was probably their only chance to limit what was going on right there.
A younger guy doesn't do that.
No.
It's such an important thing to mention about that. And then the doubling off of Barger on like the very next play, which is unbelievable.
Where the hell was he going?
I see. Now that's the one I wanted to ask you, Jabba. In that situation, you would think that he's got to stay close to the bag at all costs on anything in the air. I would have thought.
Well, he's not. First of all, he's not going anywhere because he has a runner in front of him, right? And to his credit, too, I mean, he owned it. He was like, "Yeah, that was on me. I got off too far." But realistically, if the ball gets past him, he's fast. He's going to score anyways. But then he's in. You check the outfield on second base. You turn around and check them, right? So you see that he's edging in. And he has an okay arm, not great. But where was he? That ending, like that's the craziest. And it's, first of all, it's the craziest ending ever in the World Series history. 3 pitches, first ever save at any level. Only person, the 4 pitches was a save in the World Series. But to come in and do that, you're like, this game is about to be. It should it have been tied? I don't know. The rule, everybody kind of, I guess, interpreted the rule kind of their own way, but the way it says, it's basically a judgment called by the umpires.
And it might be different on the parks too. It's probably
well, you go over ground rules before so you like the umpires and whatever, like you go over rules like, hey, this part here, raise your hands, this, that, and other thing. So you kind of have an idea, but it's just amazing like how all these little things happened all in the Dodgers' favor. And you really honestly need that sometimes. Like it's
got to be like something with like the juju of the team, the coaching, the direction, of the franchise. It just was too much for Toronto to overcome, I guess.
The numbers too said the same thing, is like if they went into a game 7, the road teams won the last 6 of 7, so now 7 of 8 in a game 7.
That's the case in a lot of sports too. I don't think it's the NBA, but the NHL and MLB are both road favors.
Yeah, in a game 7, which is nuts. You wouldn't think it would be, right?
I guess it's pressure in front of home.
Cities, yeah, especially bigger cities.
I mean,
do you think
Toronto,
so too?
Go ahead, Jabba.
No, I looked at it too. Like everybody's like, oh, they wanted the Dodgers to win, blah blah blah. And if you're looking at from the business side, it was the most watched games in the World Series since 2017 with over 25 million, right?
Yeah.
So, do you think too there was an aspect of Major League Baseball is like, yeah, maybe it's not as big, but now we have 2 different countries. Like, you may not like either team, right? But it's literally like, hey, but we have 2 countries going against each other. And it showed in viewership, right? Because now you have all the Canadians who, you know what, and Rogers Center is awesome to play in, whether they know anything about baseball or not. I mean, since they've been good and have guys that they can root for, they've obviously showed out a little bit better. But baseball got what they wanted, even if it wasn't the teams that they wanted, because they got the global part in, not only in the Japanese, but you got a whole nother country in Canada, and obviously a major market in LA. So if you're looking at it from a business sense, and it was a great world, you got everything that you could ever imagine in a World Series.
It actually, that brings up something I've been meaning to ask Errol, and I haven't gotten a chance to talk to him today, but so we're going to do it on the air. Errol, do you think the ratings can be given some credit to Rob Manfred and Theo Epstein for their changes to the game and getting more people involved and liking the game, despite the fact we don't like all of them necessarily?
First of all, you can ask me anything you want about Theo Epstein and Rob Manfred. I think Theo Epstein is a genius. Rob Manfred is, to me, a complete moron. I've never liked Rob Manfred. I'm not a fan of his as far as what I've seen him do over the last couple of years, changing the game. And as Alex Rodriguez says, making the game better. Alex does a lot of kissing, and I'm it's fine. He works for the MLB. He works for Fox, and he's around these guys. So you want to kiss somebody's ass, you kiss it. I'm not going to kiss the brass ring. I'm going to say that Rob Manfred, he has the position right now as the commissioner. We'll see what happens when it comes to the future and where he is going to be in the very near future. He says he's going to retire in 2026 or 28, whatever he said. hopefully soon. Is it beneficial for baseball to keep him in that position? I don't know. I don't know what Rob Manfred why anybody would give Rob Manfred credit. How about just giving the superstars credit? How about Vladimir Guerrero? He's a superstar. How about Ohtani, as you guys say, the greatest player of all time? And again, everybody keeps talking about.
P.S. I've never said he's the greatest player of all time. Don't put words in my mouth.
I didn't put words in your mouth.
Yeah, you did. You just said I said that.
Everybody. No, I said what you guys.
I'm everybody.
No, you're not. You're yourself. I say you guys.
Everybody.
No, that's not
Isn't
what I
that
said.
Everybody but you?
I said no. I first of all,
You meant like a general public.
I'm talking about the general.
I know,
public.
Speedy.
What I'm trying to say here is that I'm not saying Shohei Ohtani isn't special. I'm not saying Shohei Ohtani doesn't deserve credit. I'm not saying that Rob Manfred isn't the person that can take this league to the next level. I just see what I see, and I think that he's ruined the game in my eyes. I don't think the league hasn't benefited off of anything but the fact that you have an international player as big as Shohei Ohtani, and no matter what he does, good or bad, he's looked at as the face of the league, no matter what he does. And here's another thing. Everybody keeps talking about how much baseball loved the World Series, how it drew Japanese players and Canadian players and American fans all around the world to watch it. Here's something that you guys don't understand. Has anybody gone? I know, Jobby, you've been. Has anybody gone to Canada? I have. I go every single year. And if you go around Canada and you go check out the malls and around the streets and you go to the Hockey Hall of Fame, and you go out to the bars, what do you see out there? You see a lot of Asian population. It's an Asian populated place, and Indian. And they love their baseball over there. Believe it or not, baseball is right there with, not as big as hockey, but it's right under. Everybody thinks basketball after the Raptors won a championship. No, the Blue Jays are the second biggest team in Toronto. They are. It's not the Raptors. It's the Blue Jays.
It's also where you go in Canada, though.
Yes, and that's why I think
what province you go to?
Yeah, but I've always said this, and you say it too. The Expo should be brought back.
100%. I want them brought back just because the uniforms are dope.
I don't know about that. I guess that's what you would like. I want to see Pedro Martinez, go back to Montreal and be the face of the organization, or Vladimir Guerrero Sr., or one of those guys to go back there and be a part of that organization and be a voice for that organization. So that's what I want to see.
I think it has legs, from what I've heard, to sneak in to be one of those three, that, because we've talked about it before, but they've got the infrastructure, they've had it before, and you have legacy names that were Expos that are still involved in the game in some way, shape, or form. So it's not like it would be hard to do. I would love for them to go back, for sure. I think it would be great for the game.
All right. In the highest scoring game of the NFL season so far, the Bears beat the Bengals 47-42. In the loss, 40-year-old virgin. I'm just kidding. I don't know if he's a virgin. Joe Flacco threw for a career-high 470 yards and 4 touchdowns. Higgins also had a good game with 121 yards and 2 touchdowns. For the Bears, Williams had 280 passing yards and 3 touchdowns, and also caught a receiving touchdown on a pass from DJ Moore on a 4th and goal. Moore had 4 catches for 72 receiving yards and a touchdown, in addition to his touchdown pass. The biggest game came from their tight end, Loveland. Finally, the first-round Michigan rookie had 6 catches for 118 yards and 2 touchdowns, including the game-winning 58-yard touchdown. There was no defense to be found in the game, as there were over 1,000 total yards and 56 first downs, as offenses marched down the field at will. A key onside kick recovery put the Bengals in position to win, but the league's worst Bengals defense could not hold the late lead. The Bengals fall to a 3-6 record, while the Bears jump to a 5-3 record, tying the Lions for second place just behind the Packers and just a game ahead of the Vikings in a loaded NFC North. The Bears are for real. I have spoke very highly of Caleb Williams. I love Caleb Williams. I compared his ability to Aaron Rodgers. Anybody that's heard my take on Caleb Williams, and I'm not talking about the crying of what he did at USC, and I don't care what he did, crying to his parents and his mom, or whoever was out there, him crying to. What I do know about Caleb Williams is he has the ability to get out of trouble outside of the pocket. He knows how to throw on the run. He's got one of the best arms in football. I don't think anybody can argue that. Now, everybody's going to look at and compare Caleb Williams to the best players in the league, the Lamar Jacksons, the Patrick Mahomes, the Josh Allens. I'm not comparing Caleb Williams yet to those guys. But what I could say about Caleb Williams that I don't know if anybody understands the quarterback position and what I study on his footwork to be one of the best footwork quarterbacks I have seen since Aaron Rodgers. Everybody talks about, well, why is Aaron Rodgers so special? What made Aaron Rodgers so special with the Green Bay Packers? It was his understanding how to step into the pocket or move outside of the pocket, make the throws, run outside of the pocket, and do the things that Aaron Rodgers did so very well with a bad offensive line or even decent offensive lines or with no running games. Aaron Rodgers made players around him better. Now, Caleb Williams has DJ Moore. He's got Odunze. He's got all these guys that can catch the ball. And Loveland looks like he's going to be a good player. We'll see. I don't know if he was the best tight end in that draft class, but they obviously thought he was. But the fact was, I saw a different Bears team on Sunday. I saw a team that obviously believes in the culture that Ben Johnson is bringing to this organization. I also look at Ben Johnson as a guy that was an offensive genius coming from the Lions that really loved to run the ball and has changed his style of game to more air-oriented type of game. And you could see it the way they play now. Caleb Williams might be a different quarterback than the quarterback that he used to coach. And I'm saying, well, he is a different quarterback. When you look at Jared Goff, he's a pocket present quarterback. Caleb Williams is a guy that can get outside of the pocket and run the ball. So you could see the difference in styles and what you can do with Caleb Williams. Now, is he Lamar Jackson? No. Does he have the foot? Does he have the speed of Lamar Jackson? No. But he's got the footwork. I believe that you can compare to the Aaron Rodgers of the world, the Troy Aikmans of the world. When we go back in time and we look at quarterbacks and guys that we say, wow, what made these guys so special? Troy Aikman, and I don't know if anybody remembers the Cowboys of the 90s. Troy Aikman had a good arm, but what made Troy Aikman so special is how he could step 3 steps back, make the throw, 4 steps back, 5 steps back, 7 steps back. And he understood the pocket, the presence of the collapsing pocket and stepping into the pocket and making those plays. Now, I'm not saying Caleb Williams is Troy Aikman. What I'm saying is you look at the comparison of ability that this kid has. I don't think we've seen a player this good at the position. If he figures things out and he becomes a better version of Aaron Rodgers, this guy could be the best quarterback in the league in 2 years. And Ben Johnson might be the guy to scope that out and figure that out to make this kid that special. And that's what's amazing about this. And that's why I thought Justin Fields got the bad stick, because he had a guy like Eberflus. And then 1 year with Eberflus, you saw, even with Eberflus, you saw a quarterback that put up Jaden Daniel numbers last year. The only reason why it didn't really stick out is because they didn't make the playoffs and they weren't any good. So you look at Caleb Williams now, they're a borderline playoff team. They can win the division. They can outlast the Lions, maybe jump ahead of the Packers. And this is a team that believes in their coach. Eberflus didn't have the team behind him. Ben Johnson, you see him hopping on the sidelines, dancing and prancing with the players, flexing on the sidelines the other day. I mean, when you see that kind of enthusiasm, you see that personality, you want to play for a coach. Anybody that knows anything about sports, when you see a coach that dies with the players, that lives and dies with the wrath of those players, and has that kid inside of him, like you see Ben Johnson have, I think you start to fall in love with the guy. And I'm going to tell you this right now. For all you Jet fans that think that Aaron Glenn isn't the real deal and he's not the guy, I have heard numerous times from Dan Campbell saying that Aaron Glenn, and I'm going to say this in a very fair way because I don't want to put down Ben Johnson and his success. He said after both guys got a job that both of them are going to be stars, but Aaron Glenn could be special. And when you heard that from Dan Campbell, and you understand Dan Campbell knows these two guys personally because they were a part of his coaching staff for a very, very long time, why are Jet fans throwing away a superstar type of coach? Why is everybody giving up on a coach in one season, in a half a season, when he doesn't have the right quarterback? This guy, Ben Johnson, was handed the #1 pick in the first round 2 years ago. He was handed a guy that everybody, including yours truly, has the ability to be so special that could be compared to Aaron Rodgers. Aaron freaking Rodgers, who I think in a 10-year span is the greatest quarterback I've ever seen.
Yeah, and there's also a lot of accuracy metrics that really benefit Caleb Williams right now. I mentioned a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about the Bears, there was one interception he threw in the last 15 games or so. That's Aaron Rodgers-esque. Some of the advanced metrics Caleb Williams had even last season are Aaron Rodgers-esque. And this is the part of his game. You mentioned the footwork, Errol. This is the part of the game that's Josh Allen-esque. Josh Allen and Caleb Williams are the only two quarterbacks I've seen be able to roll out, stop, kind of backtrack, plant his feet, and throw as intermediate passes as they do. It's crazy.
Hold up. We can't compare him to Josh Allen
I'm not Ryan Hickey.
Yet.
I'm not going to jump the gun.
Yet. We got to give him a year. We got to see this in a full year in his accomplishments as a star quarterback. If he does this multiple years, and I'm not saying Jaden Daniels isn't special, but Jaden Daniels doesn't have the athletically gifted things that now Jim Daniels is athletically gifted, but the gifts that this guy has that and they're going to be compared with one another for the rest of their lives because one went 1 and the other went 2. But Caleb Williams has something that Jaden Daniels doesn't have. And I don't think I can't explain it, but you can see it on a football field. Maybe it's confidence. But Jaden Daniels has confidence. I don't know what it is, but it's like flair, okay? It's like, remember Ric Flair? Everybody likes wrestling, right? Woo! You know, Ric Flair would go out there and he would do woo and dance and do that like dancing around in the ring. He was so confident. And then you have guys like the Ultimate Warrior, okay? He would come running around the ring, shaking the turnbuckle, jump in the ring and just use power. And power doesn't always flare the fan. It doesn't bring the fan to fall in love with the superstar wrestler. Okay. I think Caleb has something what I would call to be Ric Flair, that flair to it that I think that just makes him different from, I think, Jaden Daniels or any of these young quarterbacks that we have been speaking about that have come into the league, CJ Stroud. I don't know if these guys have what Caleb Williams could bring to that table. He's Aaron Rodgers-esque because he doesn't know how to speak to the media. He's not very good at it. And when he speaks to the media, he talks like he is, he's the guy. He's the reason why the Bears are winning and doing it. And as well as he should think that way, but there are other players on that roster. There are other players on that team. That's a pretty good defense now. I mean, that team is playing pretty good football right now. It's not just him, but Aaron Rodgers made it seem, and I think that's why a lot of players didn't like him over there in Green Bay. We have players that liked him on the show, and then we've interviewed people that didn't like Aaron Rodgers. So to me, when you look at the facts of both guys, and they're very comparable, Speedy, very comparable.
Yeah, I was going to mention too. Like, I think the way that Caleb Williams has elevated these newer targets is something you saw a lot with Aaron Rodgers. So we talk about it all the time. Like, the Packers didn't draft first-round wide receivers. They had a revolving door of tight ends over the years, a revolving door of running backs. And this Bears team has a whole new philosophy with that kind of thing, probably outside of DJ Moore, because Kmet was the tight end for a while and he got hurt. So Loveland had to step up. And now you're seeing why Loveland was a first-round pick, a mid-first-round pick on most boards. They had 2 running backs that were hurt in this game. Kyle Monangai, a rookie, stepped up and had over 150 yards rushing. There was another kid, another like 6th-round rookie that had a touchdown. So he's buying into all that kind of philosophy when he had this quote unquote label of being a egomaniac, a bad teammate when he first came into the league, because that was the lazy analysis that all these people, these Caleb Williams haters, allegedly, as you want to say, wanted to put them on there because he was a generational talent. And Caleb Williams is showing that he does not have that kind of label anymore. And he definitely has those kinds of traits. As far as the Bears making the playoffs, you're right, Errol. It will depend on the defense. The defense is really banged up right now. That secondary has 3 corners that are hurt, some linebackers that have been up and down with injury. So if they can get any level of defense, it's a good defense on paper. They could definitely be a playoff team. The Packers defense has not played very well. The Lions defense is all hurt too. So there's definitely a window for them if they can get healthy first, especially in that secondary.
Yeah, if they can get healthy towards the end. But back to Caleb, it's just it's one of those things where you, like you said, Errol, it's like you can't really put your finger on what it is, but it's something that you can't teach. And it's something that I think sometimes when you can't put a finger on it is when you're like, all right, there's something, but we don't know what it is. You can't teach it. You just got it. And there's sometimes when it clicks, right? And then when he gets it, he's like, all right, look out, because the product was there. Like he was there. He knew what he's doing, the footwork, the understanding. Obviously, the game's a little bit faster at the NFL level, but if they got the pieces to put it together, and I mean, this last week they gave the ratings out, and him and Lamar were the only A rating at quarterback, and I think he just keeps getting better as he gets more comfortable. And then I don't think he's ever going to be good talking to the media. He just he's kind of one of those people that feels like it's like socially like awkward when it comes to certain things. But when he gets on the field, it's when he gets comfortable and you can see what, the potential and how good he already is. And I think he's going to get better. And, with the guys around him being young and the opportunity that he has to grow with those receivers, and I hear all about it because we got a bunch of Bears fans, because it's proximity fans around here. It's like, who's the closest that we can get to? It's like, it's the Chiefs, the Bears, the Vikings,
I will say this, and everybody keeps talking. I know this is what we're going into, the Bengals game, and how crazy it was and how many points they put up. And look at Joe Flacco, old man Joe, doing it again. And we expect that from Joe Flacco. We expect this from the Bengals. They spend all that money on Jamar Chase and Higgins, so we expect them to put up big points and evaluate what they're good at. The problem here is the Bears are, to me, a borderline team that could make the playoffs. I think there are certain pieces that need to be added for them to compete in a division that's so highly talented. And with the Packers up and down, I don't know what Packers team is going to show up every single week. We saw this week against Carolina. I mean, is that the Packer team we expect to win a championship? Not really. I mean, honestly, Jordan Love, who I think is very, very good and very underrated when it comes to the elite quarterbacks in the league, I would say top 7, top 8. There are games that you kind of just scratch your head and itch your head on wondering, hey, maybe he really isn't as good as you think he could be. So I don't know how we can compare this division and how loaded this division could be for the future. What I do know is Caleb Williams is for real. And I don't care what expert we've had on our show in the past tell me that this guy was not going to be a good quarterback in the league. And he says he did it. He never said it. Okay. Everybody can't stand this kid because of his pizzazz, his personality, that he was getting so much money in NIL deals before he came to the NFL. He was making $7 or $8 million a year of NIL money, and he was in every single commercial, and he never went to play in a ball game, or we never played in a national championship because he played for the garbage USC Trojans. The fact here is, when I watch this kid, I want to watch him. I don't want to just sit here and try to compare him to anybody else. I think this kid is so freaking special when 10 years from now, when we're looking at quarterbacks of this decade, the Patrick Mahomes, the Josh Allens, the Lamar Jacksons, if this kid gets the right coaching from Ben Johnson, I sincerely believe this guy could be better than all of them. That's how crazy my take here is about Caleb Williams. Speaking, how long have I been telling you about Caleb Williams?
You've been hyping it up for a long time.
5 years. I watched this kid play high school ball, and this guy didn't even start in his college team. He had to earn his way to be a starter in college. And I said, this kid, I watched him play high school ball. I said, this kid's special. This kid is going to go play college ball, and he's going to be the number 1 quarterback in the country in 2 or 3 years. I was right. And then I have these experts, these fantasy guru guys come on this show and attack my take. Tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. Errol, you're an idiot. Errol this, Errol that. Yeah, I'm an idiot, huh? What is he doing right now? Why do I believe he's better than Jaden Daniels? Jaden Daniels took his team to an NFC title game last year. And I'm going to tell you this. If Caleb Williams was on that Washington Commander team with his flair and his understanding of not giving a crap, I believe Caleb Williams wins that game and beats the Eagles. Crazy, huh? No, it's not crazy. It's what I believe. And that's why I come on this show and I tell you how I feel. I don't care what you think. And I'm going to tell you this. 5 years from now, when Caleb Williams is an elite quarterback in a top 3, maybe even the number 1 quarterback in the league, and I come back to this conversation, what are you guys going to say then? What commotional crap that you're going to say on this show, on a network, a major network, say, Errol, I remember when you were doing, job in the mouth on your network, and now you're on this network. Well, what do you say about this? I'm going to say, I was right. That's what I'm going to say. I was right. I've been right the whole time about Caleb Williams. The only quarterback I was wrong about was Zach Wilson. That is the only quarterback I've been wrong about over the last 5 years, 6 years. And Justin Fields, I thought maybe would work out by the way I believe Aaron Glenn was going to run his offense. I knew he couldn't throw, but I was feeling that maybe he would figure it out. But he's not. He's not that, and he's a backup quarterback. He's a bona fide backup quarterback. And I'm going to take back what I said. Yes, you heard it from me. For the Pittsburgh Steelers, who I took shots at, and when we get Mr. Jack back on this show, Sperry, I'm going to apologize to him. Yeah, I'm going to apologize to him because I told Jack it was the biggest mistake for his organization to make was to decide to part ways with Justin Fields. I was wrong. And I apologize. I apologize. So there you go. My apology. If Jack Sperry hears it, I apologize that I was wrong about Justin Fields, that you were right with Aaron Rodgers. Figure that one out. Aaron Rodgers is winning ball games and beat Indianapolis yesterday, which I was shocked about. So, Jack, you were right, okay? You heard it from me on this damn show. All right, our golf clap of the day.
This deserves a golf clap.
No doubt. Golf clap. Golf clap.
Well, it seems like my deuce of the day and my golf clap always has to strand to Travis Hunter. And guess what? It strands again to Travis Hunter. Because Travis Hunter, as we all believe is a failure of a football player, has eventually turned away from playing football and might not play for a significant amount of time. Yeah, for some reason, we don't know, Travis Hunter is out on IR. Now, the injury is, they're saying it could be some leg injury, but nobody knows what it is. Only Travis Hunter knows what the injury is, ladies and gentlemen. And why don't we know? Well, the unicorn, or whatever he calls himself. I call him the gremlin. He calls himself the unicorn. Only he or the team would know why this guy is on IR. Remember 2 weeks ago when I had Keith come to me and tell me 100 yards? 100 yards. Yeah, body part. Non-human body part. That's right, Speedy. Non-human body part.
Yeah, it's just a body part.
Who knows what it is?
Only the gremlins.
Who knows what it is? Only Travis Hunter, the unicorn, who before games gets, I don't know.
Didn't they say it was at practice too?
Yeah, I don't get this. I don't understand this man just as much as everybody believes that this guy is a unicorn. This guy is a joke and an absolute debacle. So my golf clap goes to the Jaguars again, absolutely making a trade for this good for nothing, I don't know what you call him, corner, wide receiver, garbage, the Kremlin himself. So my golf clap goes to the Jaguars, not Travis Hunter. I can't give him a golf clap. Why would I ever give Travis Hunter a golf clap? I'm going to give it to the Jaguars. All right, when we come back, ladies and gentlemen, he's been waiting calmly and carefully for the first time on Job in the Mouth. We are going to be talking to the founder and former CEO of Steiner Sports, and he has his own company right now, Collectible Exchange and the Steiner Agency. Brandon Steiner, but our Sports Minute with Mr. Fish.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, everybody. Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a couple of stories for you before we get into the scores this evening. The Philadelphia Eagles made multiple moves on their bye this week as they added 3 names familiar to many NFL fans to bolster their defense. The Eagles first traded with the Jets for corner Michael Carter II, giving them a slot corner presence that can free up Cooper DeJean to play more outside, and added former Pro Bowl cornerback Jair Alexander from the Ravens, who has been a healthy scratch for most of the season, and he will be more depth at the position in just for a late-round swap for both those players last week. Earlier today, however, the Eagles addressed their need at edge rusher and traded a third-round pick to the Dolphins for Jalen Phillips. Phillips will now reunite with Vic Fangio, who he played for in 2023 when he had 6.5 sacks in just 8 games before getting injured. Phillips had 3 sacks this season in 9 games for the Dolphins. The Eagles come out of the bye at 6-2 and will face the Packers in Lambeau next week on Monday Night Football with their reloaded defense. Major League Baseball announced the 2025 Gold Glove winners on Tuesday after the conclusion of the World Series. In total, there were 9 first-time winners in 2025, joining some familiar names around the diamond and in the outfield. The Chicago Cubs led the way with 3 Gold Glovers in center fielder Pete Crow Armstrong, second baseman Nico Herner, and left fielder Ian Happ. The left side of the Royals infield also both took home the hardware, with Bobby Witt Jr. winning his second straight and Miguel Garcia taking the award at third base for the first time in his career. Guardians left fielder Stephen Kwan won his 4th straight Gold Glove in left field, winning every year he has been eligible for the award since coming into the league. Yankees pitcher Max Fried also won his 4th Gold Glove and was the only New York player to win the award this year. Other notables winning Gold Glove this year include Fernando Tatis Jr., Matt Olson, and Marcus Semien, joining newbies like Tigers catcher Dylan Dingler, Red Sox center fielder Ceddanne Rafaela, and Cardinals shortstop Mason Wynn, who is the youngest Cardinal to win the award ever at 23 years and 191 days old. Monday Night Football is in the second quarter, just underway. It's 3-0 Cardinals over the Cowboys in Dallas. In basketball so far tonight, the Knicks are at halftime in the Garden. It's 57-54. They have a 3-point lead over the Wizards. 3:51 remaining in the third. The Nets are at home in the Barclays Center. Still haven't won yet this season. They are trailing by 3 to the Timberwolves with 3:51, as I said, in the third. 3:31 in the third. It's 76-70 Bucks over the Pacers. 9:38 in the third. 50-40 Celtics over the Jazz in a low-scoring game. 33-30, 9:18 left in the second. Rockets over the Mavericks. 41-36 Pistons over the Grizzlies. 6 minutes left in the second. And still to come tonight, Nuggets and Kings, Trailblazers, Lakers, Clippers, and Heat. In hockey tonight, we have the Penguins 2, the Maple Leafs nothing with 10:25 left in the second. No score in the first. Oilers and Blues. And halfway through the first, it's 1-0 Predators and Canucks. Still to come tonight, the Kraken host the Blackhawks. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Job in the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify. Now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe to all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos that you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our guest on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
631 672 3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. Yes, you know who I am. I'm the crazy one. I'm the Mouth. The one and only Errol Marks, my co-host, Mr. Jabba Chamberlain, and Speedy Petey. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And our show is brought to you by Omaha Steaks. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, they're giving an extra 10% off on all orders if you hit the Jabba and the Mouth link. So if you're a Jabba and the Mouth fan, well, ladies and gentlemen, you can get yourself some 10% steaks or some beef patties, as we call them. All you have to do is go to www.omahasteaks.com/Jabba and the Mouth, or go to our website at worldwidesportsradio.com and click the Omaha Steaks logo. Ladies and gentlemen, if you like your patties, well, nothing is like the Omaha Steak patties. So go to Omaha Steaks, go to Jabba in the Mouth, hit the link, and get your 10% off. And now, ladies and gentlemen, he's been waiting, as a lot of our guests do sometimes. I'm sorry. We get a little too enthusiastic. There's just too much personality on this show. We are now talking to former and founder and CEO of Steiner Sports, the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, Brandon Steiner. Brandon, what's up, buddy?
Hello. Wow. A lot of energy going on that show. I expect nothing less from the two of you. I miss Job. I don't get to see him as often as I used to, but he's still a legend. Well, at least in New York he is.
What's up, Brandon? How you been, man?
I've been phenomenal. Everything is great. Rocking and rolling. By the way, a little footnote. I've been listening to the show for a little while, and I hear you about the Aaron Rodgers thing, but there is a thing, Mike Tomlin, I mean, he's a great coach, and I think he figured out a way to use Aaron a lot better than maybe the Jets did.
Here's the thing, and I you might be right, and I'm not
Just
saying
want to throw that out.
I'm not saying Mike Tomlin isn't a great coach. He's a winning coach, but guess what? Mike Tomlin, 8 consecutive seasons going into the first round and being eliminated. He doesn't win the big game. I'm not saying Mike Tomlin doesn't figure out ways to get his quarterbacks to play well. He did it with Justin Fields. He did it with Russell Wilson. So he got those guys to play for him. And then going into the playoffs, at one point he was using Mason Rudolph. So it's not like Mike Tomlin doesn't know what he's doing. The problem with Mike Tomlin over the last couple of years is he just doesn't know how to get over the hump. And to say that, I don't know if he figured out Aaron Rodgers. I think he just lets Aaron Rodgers be Aaron Rodgers. And what Aaron Rodgers likes to do is step inside the pocket. And as long as he gets time to throw the ball, he's going to make those throws. They brought in DK Metcalf. They have other running back weapons. They have Warren. They brought in Gainwell. They have weapons. And their offensive line has played a little bit better so far over the last couple of games. So I was very shocked the way their defense played against Indianapolis. I will get into that a little bit later. Daniel Jones, that was the first time I could say that Daniel Jones looked like a deer in a headlight since he's been with the Indianapolis Colts. So that was very impressive, the way Tomlin, structured his defense against one of the best offenses in the NFL. There's no argument to that. But
I think it's really hard to win. I don't know if people understand how hard it is to win, let alone win consistently. One of the reasons why I like Tomlin, he does win consistently, but you got to win big. But he is like one of the longest tenured coaches. But I just think in Major League sports, it's really hard to win. And you don't really, unless you're on the inside and realize what the players have to go through, the movement of players between free agency contracts. It's just really hard to figure out how to get a bunch of guys together, keep them together, and then hopefully have the winning formula. As more and more in this business, it just seems to be getting more and more incredibly hard to win. And you see only a select group of teams win. And there's a larger group of teams that don't win consistently. And to me, I just blame it on coaching and ownership.
Brandon, I live in New York. Okay.
You do?
What
a surprise.
I live in New York, and I have to deal with just terrible sports teams year in and year out. I mean, Nick
It's been
fans want to.
horrible. It's
The Knicks fans,
unbelievable.
are you listening to the Knicks fans right now on social media? They want to jump off a bridge because they haven't started off strong. And I said, you got a new coach. It takes 25 games to figure out the rotation. It doesn't happen overnight.
But do you think they should have switched coaches and paid the guys?
100%. I think Tom
to.
Thibodeau should have been gone 2 years ago. That's
I agree with that.
I don't think he worked over there. He couldn't get this team over the hump. This team was so talented last year. They beat the Boston Celtics. And I want to hear that Tatum went down in the final game. They were going to win that game no matter what. This Knicks team was better than the Celtics and had more depth. The reason why they lost against Halliburton and the Indianapolis Pacers, there's only one reason why. They don't play perimeter defense. And if you don't play perimeter defense against good guard play, you're not winning. And that's why the Knicks didn't win that series. And they have a guy like Karl-Anthony Towns shooting up 90-foot jumpers at shooting three-pointers all over the field.
But that's his game. But Jalen Brunson got exposed on the defensive end.
Yes,
I wonder what's going to happen if he can actually pick up the pace on defense and also not have to have the ball in his hand all the time. But he lives one block from me. You know, a lot of the Knicks, I have an indoor full court basketball court in my house, and a lot of the Knicks work out here, so I get all the skinny. I let him use the court, but then I got to ask questions. But Jalen hasn't come over here yet. He only moved here.
Brandon, you're still in the same house?
Yeah.
Oh, dang. I thought you'd have moved by now.
Where am I going?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I've known you a long time. You've been in that house for a while.
I've been in that house for 22 years, 20,000 square feet, just me and my wife. My wife doesn't want to move. I have no choice. I don't get any speaking lines. You know, I'm no different than everybody else listening. You know, I'm not. You think I'm calling the final shots here?
Well, I know that.
There's no way.
Somebody.
I'm not complaining. I'm explaining, but it's not where, you know, there's no move happening anytime soon. But you know, I love it. I'm grateful to have had the career and some of the things I've been able to do. I'm just shocked that the new company is even working. It's just amazed that, you know, you don't really know. You can have a bad day, which I had a bad day when I got moved out of Steiner. It was not a happy day, but you know, I didn't have a bad past, and you know, the customers followed me. I tell people all the time, you can have a bad day, you can have a bad past. And I think it's just important, you know, especially in the collectible business and with athletes, you know, you don't get a second chance with a lot of athletes. And you got to make sure that, you know, with collectibles, there's only one way to go. And that's making sure this stuff is real, it's authentic, and you're doing the right thing for people. So I've been very lucky. What's crazy is how much stuff people have. I just can't believe how much stuff. I mean, I put out about 40 million autographs, I figure, maybe a little more, but I can't believe the collections that are coming to me now. They're huge. I mean, just thousands of pieces. I'm like, but
Brandon, you're talking about 40 million autographs. I mean, who's better than you? How do you have a bad day? What is a bad day for Brandon Steiner? Please tell me. Oh, my wife didn't make me breakfast. Please tell me.
My wife hasn't cooked for me yet in the 38 years we're married. That was part of the deal. But there's no complaints there. You know, probably a bad day is, you know, negotiating with Ewing his new contract and you know, the athletes now. I'm very grateful. I've had mostly really good experience with most players, but you know, listen, the athletes have gotten big. The contracts have gotten big, and then my category has gotten smaller, even though the category has gotten bigger. And you know, listen, it's tough to go to a guy with a few $100,000 when they're making $20 million a year. So that part has been difficult. And listen, you know, I'm competing. You know, you want to win, and winning is, you know, getting these fans and getting my customers, you know, what they want, getting them opportunities to meet the fans and meet the players, and you know, that's the whole gig. It's like, you know, when Jabba was on the Yankees, like people meeting Jabba was a huge deal. I mean, he was extremely gracious and great about it. Like, it made himself accessible.
And
he was amazing. Yeah, he definitely had hair, and believe me, he had balls too, man. There's no question. I mean, there was a personality, and you know, you don't get a lot of jobbers that come through. You don't get that kind of energy, enthusiasm, and enjoyment of the whole situation like Jabba. But when you do, it's now having done this that long, I have to take advantage of it because it doesn't always happen that way, and it's hard to be a New York Yankee, by the way. So I don't have that many bad days. You're right. You called me on that. That's true. But I think that to me, how great! I mean, what a great time of year. I mean, you're talking about every sport's going on. I don't even have to talk to my wife. I've got college basketball. I got NFL football, Monday Night Football tonight. I'm still reeling over the World Series, which is unbelievable.
Brendan, we
I mean,
see half
what's
of your face. We see half of your face, man. We don't see your full face, man. You're a
How about
good-looking
now?
guy. There you go. That's perfect. We got to
Better?
see that face. I mean, that works.
I'm
By the
not in
way,
my studio. I feel like a little bit out of
know
comfort.
it.
I'm in my little sports room, but I'm not in
Nice.
my sport. I'm not in my studio. I love your show. I love these. I think this is the future. Live streaming where people can interact. They can kind of chime in. I do a show now on Whatnot, which I can't believe. Like tomorrow night, I'll be on Whatnot with Joe Hollywood. We do this show from 8 o'clock at night to 6 o'clock in the morning. And we sell thousands and thousands of things. I never thought I'd be doing it. But what I love about the live stream is that you're on like a platform like we're on now, except people are buying stuff left and right. And you can communicate with the people that are buying all night. And you find out what they like, what they don't like, talking sports. It's amazing. It's amazing how much now you can be in touch with your customer if you want to. And I'm enjoying that part of the business a lot.
We are talking to the founder and former CEO of Steiner Sports, Brandon Steiner. He also right now he's the CEO of Collectible Exchange and the Steiner Agency. I wonder what the Steiner Agency is. We'll have to know. You'll probably have to explain that to us. I want to get into the background of New York sports right now. And we were just making fun of it because, let's be honest, the Giants stink, the Jets stink, the Islanders are a young team, the Rangers look like they're a deer in the headlights. You have the Knicks. They're going to be good. I believe they'll be good. And the Brooklyn Nets, well, enough said.
Terrible.
And you look at New York sports and you wonder, Brandon, you look at it and you understand what it is and what it's all about. And New York Knicks basketball, they haven't won a championship since the 70s. New York Jet football, they haven't won since 69. New York Giant football, they haven't won since 2011. I could go on and on and on. How about the Mets? 1986. Why is it that New York sports hasn't been as dominant as maybe Boston?
I'm going to tell you why. By the way, you didn't mention the Rangers. They suck too. But
I did. I said that.
Here's the thing. I think the Garden, by the way, tickets are incredibly hot at the Garden. I don't know why. And incredibly expensive. I mean, a regular everyday ticket is like playoff ticket money. But I think the Garden, I think a lot of players, when it comes down to it, it's not a big deal to come to New York anymore. You're not doing it for Madison Avenue. You're not doing it for the extra money. You're not doing it for the extra hype. You get just as much hype as any market as you do New York. So there's no more of an edge. You play at the Garden, right? You're practicing up in Westchester. So one way or the other, you're a big guy, or between practice and workouts, the practice facility is an hour and a half away from where you play the games. So already that's no good. That's a waste, and that's a big mistake on the Garden's part. I think the Jets have a practice facility like an hour away from the Meadowlands. That's a mistake. That's a problem. I think playing on the Yankees, it's not the same as it used to be. It's a big deal to play in Yankee Stadium, but not as big a deal. And the pressures that come with it. And listen, I love Derek Jeter. He probably is responsible for a big part of my career. But the one thing him and I never saw eye to eye with is that if you don't win a championship, the season's a bust. And it puts just enormous pressure. I mean, we went to the World Series last year. People acted like we were a complete disaster. And this year, believe it or not, we made a couple of mistakes in August that really came back to haunt us. But that team was as good as Toronto, right along with them. They had the same record. And believe it or not, if they would have won the division, they may have had a chance to maybe go to the World Series. That's how good the team was. This is the first time when I was at Aaron Boone's house the other day. He was still really disappointed because he felt like he had a team that was hot at the right time. They definitely had the talent, and they had a good chance to go to the World Series. I just think, when I look at New York sports, the amount of media, it's not the safest place these days. You know, do you want to bring your family here? There's not enough of an advantage. You don't have the tax advantage, and go on and on. So we need to start thinking about how we start treating our athletes. I mean, there's a lot of pressure, you know, where we should just be, you know, calming down. Otherwise, we're just not going to produce winners.
So you don't
I
want to
think
be like Phil Jackson? You don't want to be like Phil writing a book and talking about Carmelo Anthony, and you don't want to do that? Is that
No.
what you're trying to say?
I don't want to do that. I'm happy with what I'm doing. I wish the teams here were winning a little bit more, but I'm taking advantage of what's going on around the country. And plus, you have a whole bunch of new sports leagues. To me, college is pro. So I'm you know, I do Michigan collectibles, St. John's collectibles, Syracuse collectibles. I'm happy now taking advantage of the college, you know, the college kids. That's like pro. So that's a whole thing in itself. I mean, I think St. John's is going to be going to a Final Four. I'd love to see the Big East tournament with St. John's and UConn in the final. It's going to be a really big deal this year. That may be a little bit of a boost to New York sports. I think the Mets are going to finally figure it out. I think Steve Cohen's got the money, and he's a figure it out guy. But you're right. It's been disappointing so far. And a lot of it is he doesn't have the right management. You know, people don't realize how important ownership and management is. And the Yankees, love them or hate them, they have really good management. They always figure out how to at least get to the playoffs. And I think there's something to be said about that. You can kill Tomlin about not getting over the hump, but there's something to be said about at least making the playoffs year in, year out, and knowing your team has a chance. It's disappointing, but it's even more disappointing not never to make the playoffs. And I can tell you a ton of teams that never make the playoffs, ever. And then for me, as in my business, a collectible exchange, nobody wants to buy those teams that are constantly losing. It just shorts the market. I want everybody to win. It's a big help to me.
Yeah, speaking of the Big East tournament, though, Brandon, one of my restaurant sponsors, we're one of the main sponsors for the Big East tournament. So
it's going to be huge. The Big East is the best league. I don't care. I think it's the best league. I miss the old Big East. I'm an old school guy. The old Villanova, Syracuse, Georgetown, Syracuse, John Thompson. I mean, but the Big East now is probably the best conference, and the focus is on basketball with a lot of those teams, which I love. They're not football schools that do basketball, and all those schools have ponied up money. All of them have put money in. UConn's got a lot of money. St. John's got a lot of money. Villanova put some extra money in their hat. They should be better. It's going to be really fun. College basketball is going to be fun. It's another level of pro. It's another pro league where, you know, they have to play a little bit of defense, but that's about
the
it.
problem. That's Brandon. That's the problem, because everybody talks about, you know, college sports and how great it is. And I admit the tournament is the best time of year. I mean, who doesn't have their eyes locked in? But here's the problem. The analysts are horrible. The broadcasting, the way they're bringing it to the forefront. I don't think it's beneficial for the sport to grow the way some of these organizations like Fox and ESPN, the way they're bringing it to and not valuing it and putting the best talent up there for them to promote their product to be one of the biggest products in the world.
They have a little ways to go. They're going to get there. By the way, just my little bitch of the night. I can't even get ESPN. I just told my wife, it's like, where's ESPN? I have YouTube TV. They whacked ESPN and ABC. I can't even watch Monday Night Football. I'm really pissed.
Brandon, they need to hire us because we're the
ridiculous.
Best. I mean, we are the best. I mean, Job, are we wrong here? Are we?
I think you're going to see a lot more of these channels hiring guys like you, like this show. Even yes, they hire John Boys and those guys. Like, I think people want more real stuff like this. I think we've already seen the canned play-by-play comment. It's boring. I think, you know, even the S Network, they just made some changes with their broadcasters. Like, it was just boring. It was bad. And people want more. They want more fun. They want more excitement. If I'm going to sit here and listen for 2 or 3 hours, I want more interaction. I want it to be more fun. I want it to be more insightful.
I think that's why they've done a lot of the stuff of like during the game, as far as like interviews with the manager and even the players too. So I think you're right. It's kind of gotten boring. And I think more if you're trying to draw to a bigger crowd and a bigger market, especially, you know, the younger ones, this is what they do. They're interactive. They want to see it as, you know, as it's going on with you. And like be a fan as much as they are getting information about. Why do you think the Manning cast has been so great? Because it's two brothers sitting there, shooting the shit, just basically telling you about the game, and you feel like you're a part, like in their garage with them watching the game. And for me, that's more enjoyable. I mean, I'm a fan of the game longer than I was able to play it. So, when they do those, in the clubhouses where they're sitting there on MLB Network and stuff like that, like I enjoy that because I like the interactive back and forth. Sometimes as the manager interviews during the game when it's like in the 6th or 7th inning, I'm like, I kind of scratch my head every once in a while, but I like some of the things they've done.
You sure it's your head? It's not your ass.
It's too freaking soft.
For that.
I would love to, to me, when you watch a game with a person who's played the game on a professional level, it's another comment. I mean, I've gone to games, sat courtside, and gone home with a player who was in the game, and I have no idea what I was watching. Like, I just wish they would have more commentary from more players that were in the game, and not to mention the game recently. I'm disappointed in Tom Brady. I thought he was going to be better. Tony Romo was really good the first 2 years, and I guess he just gave up on, or maybe they told him to calm down, but he was like calling every freaking play. It was unbelievable.
Brandon, they didn't give up. They got paid. That's what it is. Money makes the world go round.
Brandon, what it is with Tony Romo is you just can't give him the Chiefs-Bills game because he'll just gush over both quarterbacks like a teenage girl.
And now he owns it. And now he owns.
It was terrible yesterday. He fucked up the game. I mean, it's terrible.
And why does the NFL make rules that work for him? I mean, he owns a piece of Las Vegas, and now he can actually be an analyst at a Vegas Raider game. How does that make any sense? It's been in the rule book forever. But it's Tom Brady, so you know what? Let's break the rule. Who cares what the NFL
wouldn't even mind if he was good. He's not any good. He's not. Just like when I look at Fox and I look at the post game, if I can even understand what David Ortiz is saying, A-Rod's never going to say anything controversial. He's trying to make everybody happy. Guy is, you know what his ringtone is? Ding-a-ling-a-ling. You know what that is? That's the Mr. Softly truck coming down the street. I mean, come on, man. Say something that's controversial. And those guys know better. That's what pisses me off. They know a lot more than we know, but they don't say it.
Brandon,
and Jeter's never going to be controversial. He's never going to say something that's going to be, oh, my God, that was just bullshit what they did. I mean, how do they not even talk about and I love kind of Fluff. He was a good Yankee, but how are you not talking about the fact he didn't take the appropriate lead on third base? The reason why he didn't take the appropriate lead at third base was the guy got picked off the night before at second, and he didn't want to have it happen to him, and it cost him the game. I mean, there's so many little things that happen. It's almost like watching Rebecca Lobo doing the WNBA games because she's freaking horrible. She's the worst. I don't even know what she played. And she doesn't want to say anything. God forbid she says something critical. I mean, really bad stuff is happening. She doesn't bring it up.
Brandon, if you listen to this show, you know we don't hide behind our voices. We explain and what we feel is what you get. And it doesn't really matter what anybody thinks on this show. But you said it best, kind of falafel, because that's all he was. He was a dead falafel at third base. And as far as I'm concerned,
but he should have had a bigger lead.
Yeah.
He should have. I mean, come on.
Brandon, the funny part is Errol would still rather have him on the team than Jazz Chisholm.
You're damn right. And I don't call him Jazz Chisholm. You know what I call him. Anybody that listens to this show knows what I call him.
What do you call him? I want to hear it. I don't know. What do you call him?
I call him Jazz Jism. And Jabba looks at me.
He's been waiting to say that.
I got a jersey made, and it's coming in the mail. When I get it, I'm going to wear it with pride. I also named Travis Hunter. I gave him a nickname. I was at the Heisman. So, Brandon, and by the way, we are speaking to the former founder and CEO of Steiner Sports, Brandon Steiner. He also owns Collectible Exchange and the Steiner Agency. If you don't know who he is, well, then shame on you. I was at the Heisman Trophy dinner. Okay. And Travis Hunter was there and everybody was like flocking to him. And I wasn't. I was interested in Gabriel and Ward and Ashton Genty. I was into those guys. I was not into Travis Hunter because I just didn't like his personality. So we're standing up there and they're taking pictures with the trophy. And you see Ashton Genty talking to him, and Ward's right on the other side of him. So they're talking, and they're talking about. So I mentioned to Ward, you mentioned the Giants, that if the Giants picked you, it would be great to go and play for the New York Giants. I said, what about the Jets? And Travis opened his big fat mouth, and he says, nobody wants to play with the Jets. They're a bunch of losers. And I turned around, I said, well, you're right, because we're not going to draft you because we got a better player than you'll ever be in Sauce Gardner. And I walked away, and every single writer looked at me and their mouth dropped. And then this writer, Scooby, we've had him on the show. He sat there and he said, I can't believe you just said that to the future or the next Heisman Trophy winner. I said, anybody that votes him in is an idiot. So, and I said that he's going to fail. 7 years in the NFL, and he's going to fail. And I gave him the nickname, the Gremlin. He looks like the Gremlin. So I got a jersey made, number 12, the Gremlin, put on the back of it. And when
Now, are you a red zone guy on Sunday? I mean, is that you got to watch it all, or do you have a favorite team?
So I am a Jets fan, but I'm also an Eagles fan. I grew up a Donovan McNabb fan.
How's that possible? Well, I like the Syracuse. I like the Syracuse connection.
Here we go. So here's how it was possible. I grew up.
How's it possible?
I'm going to tell you. So I followed Donovan when he was in high school, and when he went to Syracuse, I just fell in love with his game. So I knew wherever he was going to go, because I knew he was going to be a top 3, top 4 pick. Wherever he was going to go, I was going to root for that team, no matter if I was a Jet fan or not. He went to the Eagles, and everybody was like, how could you root for the Eagles? And then everybody thought it was the green and white. I was like, it has nothing to do with the green and white. As a matter of fact, I hate the color green. So Donovan I've met him a couple of times, and Donovan was such a.
Did you go to Syracuse? Yeah,
he went to Syracuse. Yep.
No, I know. I went to Syracuse. Did you go?
No. I didn't go to Syracuse. Come on.
Man. He didn't go to school, Brandon.
No, that's not. I did go to school. What are you talking about? You see what it is? Okay, Brandon. Now Jabba is now he's reaching here. I did go to school. I do have a degree, but I hurt my knee. I was a hockey player, and I had an opportunity to play Division I hockey. And the story goes, I was a really good hockey player, but it didn't come to fruition, as Jabba would put it, in his own little strategic way, with his nice little beady glasses and his bald little head. But I honestly would tell you that competition in professional sports, I don't know anything about, because I never played professional sports, but I played against top-end athletes. I played against Sidney Crosby. I played against some of the Rangers when I was skating with them when I was a kid. Mark Messier, Adam Graves, Brian Leach, Vladimir Malakoff, Darius Kasparaitis. I skated with those guys, and I can compete with them. So to sit here, Mr. Chamberlain, I would tell you.
Is there video evidence of this? Because I'd like to see it.
I'll tell you what.
Me too. I'm asking Messi. I'm calling Messi tomorrow. And
Go call him. Tell him the old little skinny, scrawny Errol Marks can tell you to keep winning. I mean,
I got to change the subject for 1 minute here. I got to ask Jabba a question.
Go ahead.
It's been driving me crazy, but I was like, I'm going to ask him when I see him.
I don't know where this is going, by the way.
I'm changing direction completely. I mean, I'm assuming that everything he said about his hockey career is true, and I'm going to buy in. I'm going to give it to him, because there's not a lot of New Yorkers that could talk about becoming a really great hockey player at all, because there's no rinks. But Jabba, you're on the mound in Cleveland. The bugs are all over you, right? When you look back on it, now that's, I don't know how many years ago, should they have stopped the game? When you look back on that, should they have stopped the game?
I mean, I was so young. I had, looking back now, if it happened now, yeah, probably. But I mean, I didn't do my job at the end of the day, so it was really my fault. I didn't say anything. Obviously, Joe was like, that's his only regret, which in turn it really wasn't his fault. No, there it is. The bugs got me.
I gotta tell you, Job, you were unstoppable, man. You were a force to be dealt with. It was unbelievable. It was a moment in time.
And you kept me busy too. My hand would cramp up during sessions with you, though.
And because you signed your whole freaking name, I have a lot of respect. Well,
nobody. I didn't expect to come into this. Nobody told me what I was supposed to do.
I love the fact that you signed both names. You could read it. I think that was cool. People appreciate that.
Job.
I do.
I mean, I practiced a lot in school, so I had a lot of practice. I had notebooks
Not by
full of my
choice.
signature. Yeah, I know, right?
I went over like a fart in church.
Now, if you come back to Old Timers Day, could you still throw some strikes?
Yeah, I played. Well, Carter's now a sophomore in college, so I played long toss with Carter all the time.
Wow, I just remember it was like yesterday. We were just having a catch on the field with him.
Yeah, I know. You're telling me.
Oh my God!
Now he's taller than me. He's literally 6'5" now.
Where's he going to school?
He's at a junior college in Kansas.
Wow, he may have the stuff you got. You were a late bloomer, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, he's grown late too. So
Granted, in many different ways. Late blooming in many different ways.
Stop talking about my son like that, you weirdo.
I'm talking about you.
Oh, me? Oh, I thought you were talking about my son. I was about to have to slap you.
I'm talking about you. How are you gonna slap me across the screen, man? What are we doing here? Do we have like magic powers?
Virtual slap.
It's coming soon.
Yeah, I was just gonna say there'll be a button that comes out of like our computers soon. Where it's like
Java's gonna invent some dude wipes with instant teleportation to get over here and slap.
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
I just got a shipment of dude wipes today.
Pulled it out of my ass.
By the way, I have one more observation on the football thing. I don't know about you guys. I just thought Kansas City just doesn't look that good.
They're not. They're not good.
They could build it up all they wanted, and they were definitely trying, but they're just not that good.
They're old, and you can see it. Jones is not the same player as he was, and I think obviously this team is getting up there in age, and Spagnuolo is getting up there in age as a defensive coordinator. He was offered, or he was looking at opportunities in the offseason. He was interviewing for jobs. He didn't get one of those jobs, and now you're starting to sit there and believe that he's probably never going to get another coaching job. He failed over there with the St. Louis Rams
and the Giants.
And the Giants. Well, he didn't fail. He won. He was the defensive coordinator when they won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So it's not like he failed. And he comes from that pattern, that Eagles style of defense. So if you're an Eagles fan over in the 80s and the 90s. So I just think that obviously when you look at the particulars of going back to New York sports, and what really bothers me about New York sports is how many coaches does the Jets need to bring in to get it right? How many coaches do the Giants and the Knicks? I mean, the Knicks
It's
had
the ownership. The Jets, they should sell that. I think Dolan should sell the Rangers and only own one of the teams. Too much. The Globe. It's ownership. And I'm not a Dolan hater. I like Dolan. He turned $1 billion into 12. I mean, he's a winner to me. But it's so much to manage. And you need hands-on, really smart, supportive ownership.
No, don't forget the biggest thing he likes to own, and that's his band of his horrible singing voice.
But it's still, I mean, that's his prerogative. But when you look at his assets, if you're in business to make money, he's done well.
Yeah.
And the Garden is a great place to watch a game. It's a shitload of money, but I just think it's too much. It's too much between everything going on in the Garden, the Globe, Radio City, Beacon. I mean, it's just too much. And I think it's tough when you don't have the ownership having his hand in things a little bit.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to reach out to James Dolan, and I'm going to see if me and Jabba could be his backup singers. What do you think, Jabba? You think you could give me an A? Give me an A.
I was on Broadway twice, so.
Where were you, the Scarecrow?
No, I was with Rock of Ages.
I'm just messing with you. I'm messing with you, man.
Yeah.
Jabba, did you save any of your Game U stuff? Did you save any of it?
Yeah, I got a lot of it actually. Actually, this one right here is one of the ones you sent me. That's from I think that was my sign from first homestand of the new stadium. I could take it off the wall. It has your handwriting on the back.
That's cool.
Yeah, cool. I got all this. I have the seats you sent me from the old stadium too.
Nice.
Well, Brandon, we've got news for you. November 17th, Jabba in the Mouth is going to be where, boys?
Carmine's.
We're going to be at Carmine's. Why don't you come down and hang out with us?
November 17th, a Monday night.
Monday night. We're going to be there Monday night. You should come down and hang out with us.
I'll try to make it.
It's good.
I
We're gonna
like
put
it.
on a show. We're gonna put on a show. It might
Carmine's on the
change.
west side or Carmine's in Midtown?
I
Midtown.
think it's Midtown. Yes.
Oh, popping. I like that place.
Then after that, we can go to my restaurant, which is not too far from there.
Which is your restaurant?
American Whiskey, 30th between 7th and 8th.
Oh, you partnered with what's his name?
Kevin Hushangi.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's cool.
You should come down. And,
Been there like 13 years now.
By the way, anybody listening, if they want to copy my book, I don't know if I told you, 4 books. Happy to send you a free copy. Just if you message me.
Yeah,
Happy to send it.
absolutely. Listen, Jabba won't read it, but we'll help
I
him
love
out.
books.
There's a lot of pictures in there, though, Jabba. There's a lot of people can't. I have trouble reading myself, but that's why I put a lot of pictures in there.
Brandon, who was I was thinking about this the other day. Somebody sent me something. Who was that idiot you bought my contract from when I was in AA?
There's a guy that had a bunch of those. I just don't know. There was a guy that I bought Jeter's. I bought Jeter's scouting report and sold that for $350,000. And then we bought the replica rights to it, so we were just making copies of it and selling it. But we sold that for $350,000.
Yeah, I was in AA, and this dude signed me early, and then once I got to the big leagues, I think his name. He didn't last very long. He was an idiot, but he paid me $100,000 off the bat, and I was in AA.
Oh yeah, that was what's his name? The short little guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The short little guy.
He was like the guy. He was the guy who like represented Son of Sam or some crazy shit.
Yeah, I don't know, but he was like, I was in AA signing
a serial killer.
Signing cards and stuff at a Cracker Barrel, and this dude, I was right after the All-Star game, and then he's like, he wants to pay you $100,000 in AA, and I was making like $315 every 2 weeks. So I was like, sure.
I know that feeling. Now we removed him out of the picture quickly.
Oh yeah, you bought him out quick, and then yeah, I was with you forever.
Diarrhea down their leg, and
this guy was boy.
No, we have a soundboard.
Hey, his check cleared though, so I was good.
Yeah. Listen, I don't know if people realize how hard it is till you get to the big leagues. Playing what it's like to play in single AA. You're in like a 1-bedroom with 4 other guys, hoping that you're eating the food that they serve at the ballparks. That's all you could afford. I mean, it's no joke. It's a little better now, but not that much better. Unless you're one of these guys who came out and signed a big contract right out of the draft, which is only a few guys here and there. The difficulty and then the ups and downs, they send you down, they send you up. You're still paying for both places. It's really the only place. If they send you up, they only give you 1 week in a hotel. That's it. Then you're on your own. Where are you supposed to get furniture from? Where are you supposed to live? People don't realize how hard it is the first few years when you come up, which is why when guys become free agents, they want their money and they deserve it. They've earned it. It's back pay.
Well,
am I wrong, Jabba?
No. I mean, even when you go, it's still like, okay, if you're going to a new city, it's still like tough. Like, first of all, finding a place. Okay, who do I get to find me a place that okay, I have to have dogs and whatever. It's a lot like that people don't think about as a whole, and you're still trying to compete, keep your job, and move a family and all kind of you don't really think about it. I just built a new house and got moved in, and I never want to do it again. It's awful.
Yeah, it's a lot. I'll tell you, I've enjoyed now. I've always signed the big names, and I've had many of them over the years, and I've been enjoying working with some of the younger kids. They're coming up. They need my help, and making every dollar really means something. And it's been much more enjoyable, like with J.C. Escara, Oswaldo Cabrera. I've been working with just a bunch of younger guys that just enjoy to work with, and guiding them, mentoring them, and showing them where the money is, and just gearing the all the different contexts I have.
It's also I think Brandon too. You've done it for so long and been with some of the biggest names. I think it's such a different energy when you have these younger kids that they were kind of in limbo between like whether they came up in college or whatever, didn't get the NIL, didn't get all the other stuff. And now it's like having these opportunities that I never knew about, like, getting free vehicles, signing events, private or public. They're two different anomalies. You don't know all these things and the ins and outs and inscriptions and all the other stuff that ways you can make money that you never really knew. And now it's like, my son's in college and has an opportunity to do the same thing. And it's like, take advantage of these things. But what I love about it is they're so vested in the fact they want to know like the whole process, not just like, hey, where's my check? Like, okay, it's 2 hours. I have this, and this. It's like, hey, where is this going? The whole process of what it is and continue that relationship. So I think the younger energy is really, really cool.
It's amazing. It's great. It's great. And also the curiosity level. I try to tell players, I know the main focus is stay on the field, get on the field, play well. And a lot of agents will tell the player, that's what you got to worry about. But there comes a point in time, if you're not playing, why not at least try to get prepared for the inevitable and take advantage of the opportunity? And I try to now, I've made a lot of money. I've done well. So to me, it doesn't matter. I give the guys the combination of the safe. I show them everything. I'm completely transparent.
If you ever need a part-time guy to help with any of this, Brandon, I kind of know my way around these things.
I do need help, man. I believe in
I got you. Hey, I'll be in New York soon. We'll talk business.
There's a guy who used to be a former, he almost made it to the NHL as a hockey player in New York also. I'll introduce you to him. Big guy, a lot of potential.
I think you have to be 5'11", but I think he's a little short of 5'11". He uses that half an inch, 5'10" and a half, I think is what he said.
Screw you, Jabba.
Brandon for me an alley-oop, I had to dunk it.
Yeah, well,
I gotta say
I'll be alley-ooping because I missed a businessman. Anyways, Brandon, I want to tell you something before I let you go. A friend of mine, he's like a father figure to me, Mike Catino. So he wanted me to.
Oh my God, a name from the past. That's the first guy who really did a couple feature articles on me when I was, not that I'm anybody now, but I was definitely nobody then. And he put me on the cover, first cover magazine.
Mike
I was on the cover.
He wanted to link me up with you. So we'll
wow.
talk. You should come.
I love that guy. He's got a heart of gold.
He does.
Just amazing. He really does.
He's a great
and
person.
relentless.
So. Yes, he's absolutely relentless. Yeah.
Thomas said hello. Really enjoy this show. Love what you guys are doing. The word is out on the street, by the way, about your show. So it's really, not easy to promote these shows, but your name has cracked through many times. I've heard it through conversations and this and that. So keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Put in the chat, a DM for me. So if anybody wants a book that's listening, I'm happy to send you. You got to have balls. I just did a 1-year ride along with NYPD. Spent a year with the NYPD police, trying to understand what's going on with urban policing. And then I've written 2 other books, just all business books other than the police book. So if you're an entrepreneur, salesperson, you got to have balls or living on purpose. Happy to
John
give you a
doesn't
free
have
copy.
any balls, so maybe he should get the book.
Get the audio version. Thanks for having me, though. I appreciate it, man, really. And I hopefully we'll do it again. We'll do it again.
Come November. I'm serious. Come November 17th, right? It's November 17th. Come November 17th, the Carmines. Come and hang out with us.
All right, I'm gonna try to make it. Yeah, that's cool.
It'll be a lot of fun. Anyways, Brandon,
keep up the good work.
Good to see you, Brandon. It's been a while.
Great to see you guys. Thanks, Java. Appreciate you. Love you.
Brother.
Okay.
Brandon Steiner, ladies and gentlemen, former CEO of Steiner Sports, and now he runs Collectible Exchange and the Steiner Agency. So look at that, Jabba. We're making headway as we.
What about skid mark?
Or
I got the bubble guts.
Well, I definitely got the bubble guts tonight. I want to tell everybody something.
And through the skid mark soundboard on there.
Well, yeah. So I'll tell you guys, before this show, I made macaroni and cheese because I needed some kind of carbs because I haven't had any today.
What kind?
Macaroni Kraft.
Okay, that's where I was going. I was like, Velveeta Sales and Teas, Kraft.
No. I make Kraft. Actually, make a really good. Speedy, how good is my macaroni and cheese? I make a really good macaroni. So I made mac and cheese. So anytime I have mac and cheese, it gives me the bubble guts. So
do you fancy up your mac and cheese, or you just go strictly?
Yeah, I put cheese in it. I heat up cheese and I put it on top of it. I melt it on top of it. So, yeah, I do it.
You
different.
Don't bake it or anything like that.
No. No, I'm not one of those guys that do it. That's the Nebraska way. We're the New Yorkers. We like to do it.
Nebraska way? No, it's not. good mac and cheese, you should almost break your spoon. It should be real thick, and you should hit it, and it should be crusty on the top.
You know what we should call Jabba? His
Breadcrumb.
nickname should be Mr. Big Mac. That's what we should call him.
I've never had a Big Mac in my life.
No, I'm just calling.
Too much
Obviously,
bread. I don't want that middle bun. I'm not into that.
Nobody wants that.
Scoops had a Big Mac today.
I'm good. I'm a Big Mac enjoyer. I like a Big Mac here and there. I know Fish might not like a little bun, but hey, I just gotta say, like the bun, it just looks weird. That's what makes it a good Big Mac.
That's true. Well, I want to give a shout out to Brandon Snyder for joining us. He was sensational. He really was, and we had a lot of fun with him. And maybe he comes November 17th. It'll be a cool opportunity. We'll have a lot of athletes, hopefully, to come down and sit with us, and we'll be doing some giveaways and having fun with the fans. And I'm sure a lot of people will enjoy some of the content that we're going to dish out to you guys. If you like this show, which most people that have seen it and checked it out thinks it's one of the best shows, you guys are going to laugh in person because I don't know what we're going to do. So it's one of those. But we have to be polite because there might be kids there and stuff like that. But we'll definitely have fun with the kids. So definitely come down November 17th, Carmine's, Midtown, Manhattan. We will be there promoting Jabba in the Mouth. So there you go. Let's go. Let's go for it. Save your tears.
Mom, what's one thing that you can't talk to me about?
My sexual fantasy.
There, sorry.
It is not ideal, but if it's what me, it is not ideal, but if it's not ideal, but if it is what me. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp, boy. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. Boy, you guys, enough.
Oh, it's time for Save Your Tears.
All right, everybody. Here we go with the Save Your Tears results for Week 9 of the NFL season. This is the compliment chorus. Again, the winner gets compliments from every loser. 51% of those compliments must be genuine. Cannot be that mean. So here we go. It was a very competitive battle. Here's the board. But the winner, and there could only be one, just like in Highlander. The winner is Speedy Petey with a runaway win, almost by 25 points over the second place. Not even really much of a contest. What a performance by Speedy. We'll compliment him shortly, but Speedy did have the top receiver score, the top tight end score, top quarterback score, top running back score to this runaway victory. In second place, Tommy Poops, always the bridesmaid. Sometimes the bride, but usually not. And then Jabba with a cool 69 points on the nose in third place.
Smell my ass.
So, as always, we will go through the compliment chorus with the last place
Suck my
finisher.
Indo.
Going first, today's last place finisher was Nathan. Nathan, you got to give Speedy some compliments.
Droba. Ass liquor.
Well, Speedy, congrats on the big win here. You're one of the best producers we have on the show. You do a great job.
Oh, there! Oh, look at it! It's the Blue Blazer.
You do a great job of booking guests also for us. Man, the work you do when it comes to behind the scenes, when you're cutting up the clips, is amazing. What I see and collaborating with you on Instagram is awesome. So shout out to Speedy, man. The video making is good.
All right. Next up appears to be me, Speedy. And Nathan, that was fantastic, Nathan. We only expect that kind of level of quality. Speedy, that's a great job. I think I was saying Adam Silver
really
looked like Dracula. Well, Nathan, the blue blazer in full effect tonight. I don't have the blue blazer on. I got Giants gear on, Speedy. Your favorite team, my favorite team. It's really kind of a brotherhood that you can only understand through shared suffering and incompetence and just quizzical decision making from the top on down for generations. But not you, Speedy. You were confident. You made streamlined choices. You looked at the analytics, and you then used your gut. You used both of it. That's why you're number one. That's why you won Save Your Tears. Nice job.
Willie Whoppers, Speedy! Willie Whoppers!
All right, next is Errol Marks.
Oh, do I have to really go?
You can't cry about Errol. You got to save your tears.
Speedy, you have one of the hairiest bodies.
Remember, 51% positive. Some people may call that positive, though. So, I mean, that's kind of in the middle.
All right. I'll be serious now. I'll be serious. Speedy, you know I love you. You're like a little brother to me. Sometimes you can get on my nerves, but nevertheless, your analytics, your personality, your spirit for jobbing them out, and really you've been the backbone of everything that I've done over the last couple of years. I've leaned towards you, not lean backwards, only forwards. But you've been everything that I needed as a right-hand person. I just make sure you keep your right hand away from me. But
I'll be sure.
I appreciate everything that you do every single day, and you know how I feel about you.
All right, that was at least 51%. I'll give it to you on that one. Jarrett actually is injured at practice. So he is not here tonight. He sends his best. He will definitely give you a compliment later, Speedy. Reno Johnny is not here tonight as well. See if you can get that compliment from him on layaway. But now we're up to our third place finisher.
All sucker.
Mr. Jabba Chamberlain.
Speedy, of course, the analytical one himself. Like I said, you're gonna start once you start winning. It seems like they just keep building and building,
What do you think he jerks off with?
And the juju just keeps coming back to you. I need to definitely have you go before me next week, so I can actually not be in the bridal party. I can win and maybe take your crown.
Oh, don't
over.
worry. Everyone's gonna have a different order next week or next show.
Yeah, I know. This is 2 weeks in a row. So I said as soon as you win, it's gonna keep happening. So I guess I'm going to have to wait and try and dethrone you, but as we've seen, that probably is not going to happen. So, Speedy, you are the man.
Freaking daily lives.
All right, and we only got one left. That's our silver medalist, Tommy Poops.
So let me ask before I gave my compliments, but has anybody won back-to-back yet for Save Your Tears?
It's earlier this season.
Has Nathan done it?
Yeah, it was me, back-to-back.
Okay, gotcha. I was going to say, I thought you were the first to do it, Speedy, but hey, you're the second to do it, so your name is also alongside Nathan in those history books for this show, as much more as it already is for you being the man on this show. Speedy, like we all said, we're not really surprised because you are just really the man when it comes to analytics, when it comes to picking players fantasy-wise. I know I'm always talking your head off with fantasy questions.
I don't care.
Always after the show, always before the show. So, Speedy, man, you're the absolute man. Back-to-back weeks, Like I said, we're not really surprised. And, hey, man, enjoy this back-to-back. Enjoy this
99%
enjoy
of the
the
world
crown having
watched
it for 2 weeks,
All right.
Glass, but I'll take it.
Speedy, congratulations one more time. We'll be back next episode for Week 10's Save Your Tears.
Yeah.
Oh, man. All right. Speedy stat of the week.
The Speedy. Well, you may run like Maze, but you hit like of the week.
Finkel is Einhorn.
No, the stat will not be on the Miami Dolphins this week because they don't deserve any stats worthwhile. Let's go to one of their AFC East Division rivals, and I'm going to allude to how good their defensive line was this week against the Chiefs' offensive line, and that is the Buffalo Bills. So the Buffalo Bills pressured Patrick Mahomes on 52.6% of his dropbacks, which is 14.3% more than any of their matchups in the last 5 years. 9 total from Greg Rousseau, which is the third most in his career. Just to put it in perspective how good the Chiefs' offensive line was coming into this game. They had 3 players, the top 3 at their positions at QB pressure rate. and their two, Creed Humphrey and Trey Smith, high-paid offensive linemen, didn't allow a sack coming into this game. Patrick Mahomes just 3 of 16 passing for 61 yards, an interception when he was passing under pressure. And it's the first time in his career Patrick Mahomes had a completion percentage of less than 50%, 44.1% in that game.
Oh, Patrick Mahomes has an opportunity to possibly meet up with Josh Allen in the playoffs again. Both teams are making the playoffs. I expect them to both compete. And we knew this was going to happen. We all picked Buffalo to win, did we not? Every one of us picked Buffalo to win. So,
and let's start right there, Errol, with everyone knows it, affectionately known as
the whip around.
Oh my God! The whip around.
Can't wait.
All right, like we said, we're starting right there with the marquee matchup of the week. The Bills 28, Chiefs 21. You said it, Mahomes inefficient, below 50%. Quarterback rating 57.2. Kareem Hunt had a touchdown on the ground. So did Rashee Rice. Rashee Rice, 80 yards receiving. Dalton Kincaid was the big receiver of the game, 101 yards through the air, and 1 touchdown. Who is playing around with the camera? All right. And then James Cook, again, another 100-yard game. He's having one of the best seasons of any running back in the league after he signed that contract in the preseason. Josh Allen, pretty efficient, 23 of 26, 273 and a touchdown with 2 touchdowns on the ground. Errol.
Josh Allen has to be consistent like this. If he plays like this, Buffalo's going to have a chance to win. Cook is one of the better running backs in the league. He was kind of being the shadow of his brother Dalvin, and now all of a sudden he's taken off. And remember, this guy was a 3rd or 4th round pick. I think that this kid has the ability to find ways to find the seam, and we've seen him all season long really explode right off the paper. I expect him to continue this run and being one of the elite running backs in the league. I worry about this defense. I don't know if they're going to be a run-stopping team all season long. They lost Oliver for the season. Now they've added, they're getting more healthy, and we'll see how this works. What worries me about the Kansas City Chiefs right now is not Patrick Mahomes. It's this offensive line. This offensive line that everybody said, oh, Simmons, this is a good young kid, and this offensive line is going to be a little bit better with the youth that they added to the line. They've been a shell of themselves over the last couple of weeks. And you can see that even though they're putting up and they're winning, and everybody says, well, look, they're back to their normal selves. They're not back to their normal selves. If you look at this team, there's so many deficiencies. And that secondary, I mean, besides McDuffie, right? It was McDuffie. He's the only one. That secondary sucks. There's nothing good about this team. If you're a Kansas City Chief fan, you can't expect this team to be an elite team or a contender. But if they meet Buffalo in the playoffs, they know each other very, very well. Patrick and obviously Josh Allen know each other, and they're going to play very, very hard against one another. So I expect it to be a very good game, no matter how bad or how inefficient both teams could be in certain games.
I'll give some other credit to the Bills. Their secondary, with some of the youngsters they started, the first-round pick Harrison got his second start in that game. They had a couple backup safeties in the game that I think played very well. You saw the ball skills really being there. Mm-hmm. And I think on the Bills, I think also with their secondary receivers finally getting it going. You're right, Errol. The Chiefs' secondary depth is not what it used to be, but they usually, like I said, the Packers receivers, they usually have one guy that emerges in a span of like 2 or 3 games, but they don't have that this year.
And what's going on with Rice? I mean, this guy comes back 2 weeks. You expect him to explode right off the paper. Everybody says, this is going to be a different Kansas City offense. I don't know. Rice is taking a lot of the looks away from the other guys that were playing highly well. And now all of a sudden this team is not as explosive with Rice. They're more better without him. That's what I say.
I was actually just going to get to that as my next point. He didn't get a target in the second half until 7 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Which, when you're down in the game to a team like the Bills, you can't afford to play games with that kind of thing.
Should have never started it.
And the last takeaway is the Chiefs, you badly need a running back to trade deadline. Whatever you're doing right now is not working.
It's not going to be Breece Hall, ladies and gentlemen. He's not going to Kansas City. I'm telling you. So, just so you know.
Yeah, I mean, you guys kind of covered it. It's always interesting. There's always something that happens in a Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes game. I was wondering what was going to happen with the offense when Rashee Rice came back, and I didn't think it was going to go this way. I mean, obviously he's played well, but I think it's kind of been a detriment to the offense as a whole. But like we talked about earlier, I think they're just getting older, and it's kind of showing. And Josh Allen's a stud too, and the way they can run the ball too and then open up the field has been pretty good against the Chiefs. So
I don't know.
It wouldn't surprise me if you see him again, though.
I don't know if you guys heard his interview at ESPN. I don't want to say it, but it was so interesting about how he feels being married now and how he sees himself as a young man, a young quarterback that's trying to figure out how to get to the Super Bowl. And he says, I won't be in the big time until I get to that position where I have a chance to win a chip. And until that happens, I feel that I'm at loss where I am and the position I'm in as a star quarterback in this league. I think he knows without a championship, he's never going to be considered an elite quarterback or even amongst the greatest quarterbacks of all time. And he needs to win that chip. So
he did have a dope Halloween costume, though.
Yeah, he did. So did his wife.
Vicky Valancourt was even. I mean, hers. And then the sign was just the icing on it. That was awesome.
Yeah, pretty strong. Pretty strong to not so strong.
Oof.
49ers 34, Giants 24. 49ers go to 6-3 behind the great Christian McCaffrey. 28 carries, 106 yards, and a touchdown on the ground. 5 catches, 67 yards, and a touchdown through the air. Juwan Jennings had a touchdown. Backup running back Brian Robinson Jr. used to be on Washington. 5 carries, 53 yards, and a touchdown. 49ers could just do whatever they wanted against that Giants defense all day. For the Giants, Jackson Dart had another good game in the loss. 24 of 33, 191, 2 touchdowns, 8 carries, 56 yards on the ground, and a touchdown. He seems to be a pretty darn good quarterback. He's gotten no help. Darius Slayton with another key drop in the game. Had the most receiving yards, 5 catches, 62. Wan'Dale Robinson gets all the short catches. That's pretty much it. Theo Johnson got another touchdown at the tight end position. Errol, the Giants' defense is an atrocity.
Yeah.
And we know that, they've got all these names in the front seven. I don't know if you could name a single guy in the back of the secondary left healthy that's worth playing in the NFL anymore.
Well, I wrote a story over the weekend about Carl Banks and the Dexter Lawrence beef. And you can see why Carl Banks came out and said that these guys don't have any heart. And I'm not saying, I think Dexter Lawrence is not healthy, and I think that's the problem. Sexy Dexy has not been the same player as he was last year and the year before, and I think it has a lot to do with injury. And I think he's just playing and he's fighting this, but it's been an atrocity. And really, the secondary is just nowhere to be found. And yeah, Jackson Dart looks good, but what is it going to take for him to get injured? I mean, the guy is always running outside of the pocket, trying to use his legs. This guy needs to stand in the pocket and make throws. If he continues to do this, he's going to put himself
He's gonna get hurt.
Yeah, he's going to get hurt, just like Scatterboo, because Scatterboo plays one way, and when you play one way, it doesn't work. And I've heard a lot of quarterbacks come out. Eli Manning said it on the Manning Cap, or whatever, the Manning show. He said that I like what Jackson Dart does. I like everything about him. I like the way he plays. But he says it doesn't work in the NFL. It's never going to last in the NFL the way he is playing. If he doesn't figure out how to stand in the pocket and make those throws, and he depends too much on his legs, it's going to come back and haunt him. So I know you love him, and I like his personality, but it doesn't work in the NFL. Ask Justin Fields. Ask Lamar Jackson when he came into the league. He needed to figure it out, and he needed to figure out how to complete passes. If he doesn't figure that out, and soon, he's going to be on the IR, and he might never really achieve what everybody thinks he could achieve. So,
yeah, there's enough sample size now with these semi-mobile or mobile quarterbacks that don't know how to slide right away. I worried about that kind of thing with Bo Nix early in his career, because when he was at Auburn, even when he was at Oregon, he would be sometimes playing reckless, running very goofy. And Jackson Dart had some of those traits at the end of his career at Ole Miss, too. He cannot keep playing like that. He's got to learn to slide. He's got to learn how to throw it away if he's trying to throw on the run and extend it. Because, yeah, let's face it, the Giants are not going to go anywhere with this wide receiving core as it is. So you want to have other traits in his development that are learned. Winning games is not the important thing for him. right now because they're not going anywhere, and this coaching staff's not going to go anywhere. So Dart has to develop. He's got to learn those kinds of things now before he gets hurt, like your guys are saying.
Yeah. Do you think it's too, like, when you're a player like that, and we've seen players like that before, Mark Sanchez, Joe Girardi had to teach him how to slide.
Yep.
Do you think it's hard, like, when you have that mentality and that's how they played, and now coming obviously a step above, like, do you think it's hard for them to reel it back, to understand that, like, you can't run for your life, like, this is a different level of football?
I think, obviously, we all know the Mark Sanchez story, and it didn't help. By the way, Joe Girardi went not once but twice, and it didn't help.
I was there. I know.
Yeah.
So if you would have seen him try to slide, like, he did it once at the stadium, and then he did it once Joe went to practice. If you would have seen him slide, you would have literally, like, there's no way this dude's a starting quarterback. Like, he looked the most unathletic I've ever seen.
Yeah. I don't know. If Jackson Dart doesn't figure this out, he's going to get hurt. And you can see it. Quarterbacks, look at the way Drake May plays, okay? Drake May is that prototypical quarterback that you like to watch. Why? Because he steps into the pocket, he makes the throw, and then when he needs and he gets a lane, he runs and he slides. As soon as he sees somebody, a linebacker, come at him, he's on the ground and he slides. Remember Alex Smith? Alex Smith was the king of doing that. It really didn't change until Jim Harbaugh went there. And Jim Harbaugh said, you need to slide, because you see Alex Smith, he would try to get the extra 5 or 6 yards. Jackson Dart needs to stop doing that. If he continuously keeps doing that, he's going to get hurt. He's going to be out a significant amount of time. Might not be the quarterback that we think he could be.
So here's the problem. It's not scrambles. They're designing runs for him to run in the red zone. And I'm just sitting there like, you're losing by 21 points. Why are we doing a quarterback run in the third quarter of a game that you're not winning with the franchise quarterback? It's the same thing that we'll talk about at the end of the whip around with Jaden Daniels having his arm turned inside out in a game that was over, doing some kind of quarterback run for no goddamn reason when the game was over. It's just madness. I hope the Giants aren't that stupid, but, you know, history and what I see may dictate otherwise. Let's go to the next set of games. We'll start with the Thursday game real quick. We've already, seen it. The Ravens all over the Dolphins. Not much to say. Lamar Jackson was back, 4 touchdowns, 200 yards.
I'd say John Harbaugh's job, by the way.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Dolphins are kind of garbage. They fired their GM after the game. The Vikings, 27. The Lions, 24. This was an excellent football game. Pretty big surprise for a lot of people. J.J. McCarthy, in his return to the starting lineup, gets a big win over the Lions, kind of keeps their season going, gets them only a game behind Detroit.
JJ's demented. Did you see afterwards when they gave him the game ball? Like, the dude was in a trance. Like, he was not in this realm. He's somewhere else.
Different, huh?
Oh my gosh, that dude! It was crazy when I was like, "Whoa, this dude is on it."
So he's different. A lot of big plays in that game. Justin Jefferson had a receiving touchdown, so did T.J. Hawkinson, but nothing crazy stats-wise over there for the Vikings. Laporta, 97 yards and a touchdown. Amon-Ra St. Brown, another 97 yards as well. Laporta is stepping it up. Really nothing doing on the ground. That was the story in this game. The Vikings completely shut down the running attack. 65 total yards combined for Montgomery and Gibbs. Gibbs only 25 yards on 9 carries in this one.
Here's the honesty here. J.J. McCarthy was not good in that game. He was not. 14 completed passes, 143 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. He was sacked 5 times. He didn't have a big day, okay? And anybody that thinks he did. What I see the difference of this offense now is Aaron Jones is back. And if Aaron Jones is 100% and he can run the ball and that opens up the field for J.J. McCarthy, you will see why J.J. McCarthy was special when he was coming out of the draft. He can run. He can throw on the run. We heard Jim Harbaugh say very highly great things about him. The thing is, my surprise is the Lions. I do not know what's going on with this team. I really don't. And it's not because of Jared Goff, because he had a big day. He was 25 for 37, 284 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, but he was sacked 5 times. His quarterback rating was 108.4, which is what you want a starting quarterback and an elite quarterback to do. The problem with them is their running game. It's inconsistent. This could be an elite running game one week and a crappy running game the next. If they don't have that elite running, there's no way that this offense could really be at the top of its game. Think about it this way. David Montgomery had 11 attempts. 11 attempts. He had 1 touchdown, 40 rushing yards. Jahmyr Gibbs, who I believe is one of the most explosive running backs in the league, as far as catching the ball and running the ball, 9 attempts for 25 yards. That is not going to get it done. That's why the Lions lost this game. If they could run the ball, there's no way Minnesota keeps up with this team. JJ McCarthy was crap in the game. So
yeah, I think this was the first game you really saw the Lions miss Frank Ragnow, who's missed the whole season. They also lost another interior offensive lineman, one of their rookies in the game. And Minnesota, that's why you make those trades for Hargrave and Jonathan Allen to beef up that interior defensive line. The Lions, I think if you can beat them on the interior, usually you beat teams on the edge, you could usually do well. It's the opposite with the Lions. Like you beat them on the interior. Goff struggles with interior pressure. You see the results. And I talked about the Bills' high pressure rate. The Vikings, I think, were about 44% too, which is insane considering the level of offensive line the Lions played against.
Yeah, no, obviously I became a pseudo Vikings fan, like I've said, and we were talking about this. It's like the first time that O-line stepped up, and yeah, and JJ wasn't great, so it's funny how definitely didn't expect that ending the way, and especially to stop on the ground the way they did. I mean, that was the game in itself.
Why are you a pseudo Vikings fan? Do they have the most Nebraska players?
No, one of Carter's best friends that they grew up with, his dad, he's a true sports guy because his baseball team's the Orioles and has been ever since I've known him. And the boys, we literally grew up together. So for the last almost 20 years, and he's a Vikings fan. So I was like, it's the most random things ever. So then I was like, I didn't have a pro team, just guys that I knew that played. So I became a pseudo Vikings fan.
All right. So
Pete
this.
Persick will love that. That's about it.
Yeah, we got to get Pete back on. So here's the next set of games. This one was a real surprise. The Panthers 16, Packers 13 in Lambeau. The Panthers are 5-4 on the season. Story was Rico Dowdle, former Cowboy, 25 carries, 130 yards, 2 touchdowns on the ground. Jordan Love. And, I always say this about him. He has games like this where it's just, what are we doing here? Just doesn't really seem to make really logical decisions with the ball at times. 26 of 37, 273, and a pick. The Chargers, 27, Titans, 20. Titans got out to an early lead in this one, but it was only a matter of time. The Chargers pretty much took back control and were in control most of the way in that one. Justin Herbert, another big game, 19 of 29, 250, 2 touchdowns, 9 carries, 57 yards, and a TD on the ground.
Yeah, the Carolina game was shocking to me. It really was. And it wasn't because of Bryce Young, because he was horrendous. He had 11 completions for 102 yards and 1 interception. He had no touchdown passing. He was horrible. But Canales is running his offense through Dowdle, and you could see that this is a completely different offense when this guy is running on all cylinders. If you look at the last 4 weeks, this guy has been one of the more complete running backs in all of the NFL. He can catch the ball. He runs the ball. He's dominant. And you can see the difference. And by the way, this Green Bay Packer defense that is explosive, and we see, and everybody compares this to be one of the elite defenses in the league. Boy, oh boy, when it comes down to bad teams, they do not show up against teams that they're much better than. And by the way, and I love Jordan Love. I think Jordan Love is a good quarterback. And I know everybody looks at him and he says, well, he put up 273. He had no touchdown passes and he had 1 interception. That's not getting it done. Your quarterback rating is at 80.1. You're supposed to be an elite quarterback. The only thing that really stands out to me with this offense is Jacobs. I mean, when this guy is playing, he's going to keep you in the game. They spread out their offense. They miss Reed. When Jaden Reed comes back, this is a completely different offense. They lost him in week 1 against the Cowboys. They have not been as explosive as we thought they were going to be. I'm telling you, Reed and losing Reed is a big loss. As far as the Chargers are concerned, the big loss here is Alt. Now they lost their 2 starting tackles. I don't know what Justin Herbert needs to do to prove himself anymore, because he's still doing it without two of his best tackles. His whole offensive line is down. Mekhi Becton can't stay healthy. I mean, this is just a horrible situation, and Jim Harbaugh still finds a way to win. He's 6-3, and I'm telling you, if nobody thinks Justin Herbert deserves any kind of MVP conversation, back and forth conversation, they don't know football. This guy is doing it, and he's doing with less with the offensive line. He's running the ball. He's rushing touchdowns, and he's opening up his wide receiving, his wide receiving talent. There's really nothing out there. He's got a young tight end that looks like he's going to be good, and he has McConkey. I don't trust anybody else. Even Keenan Allen is old. He has played well, but he's been old. He looks old. He looked old this week. So that's all I'm going to say. The Titans suck. So
yeah, the Chargers. It's interesting because there's a high volume in passing offense that we've seen a lot more with the Greg Roman-led offense that you never really see. It's just because their running game is so bad, because every running back they have keeps getting hurt, and then you lose two tackles combined with that, and Mekhi Becton as well. You're going to have trouble running the ball, so Herbert has to step up.
And Johnson's not 100% healthy.
So it's just Herbert has to step up, and he's been every part of that, especially at this high of a volume. As far as the Panthers and the Packers game, the Panthers' young defense has actually been a lot more impressive than I would have thought. I thought they would have needed some time. Ejiro Rivero got a big contract as a defensive coordinator that looked like it wasn't going to pan out, but Nick Scorton, Trevor Wallace, a couple of young kids in that defense that played very well. They were playing well against bad offenses in the past, but now they finally did it against a good offense.
Yeah, I mean, Packers took a hit too. Tucker Kraft going down, which stinks.
Oh, please. I didn't want you to say it. Didn't want you to say it.
My bad.
I
love the dude. Like, I love his story, where he's from and all the other stuff. Yeah, we talked about Herbert a little bit. Like, I don't remember who it was. They were talking about his trash yards last week because he got over 14. But, I mean, he continues to do it. And I wish I had his hair, obviously. But he just can. But the Titans aren't very good.
He's got a pretty good girlfriend too, man.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to go there, but that's kind of where I was headed in that direction. But took a left instead of a right.
I saw him at a Laker game. He looks pretty happy.
Yeah, I mean, good paycheck, hot chick, throwing the ball well. I mean, he's doing all right.
He's doing a lot. He's doing more than all right.
All right.
She's going to be writing songs about him in many different ways.
Well, I mean, at least it's Taylor Swift, you get the breakup songs. Apparently, you get the wedding songs, too. Well, we already talked about the Chiefs. This game had some heartbreak in it for Falcons fans. Patriots won 24-23. The difference was a missed extra point late in the game by the Falcons when they were going to tie it up. That's just devastating. Stats in that game, again, very even game in general between the two teams. Michael Penix Jr. had 3 touchdown passes, all to Drake London, who had 9 catches for 118 yards. The Patriots, Drake May, 19 of 29, 259, 2 touchdowns and a pick. Travion Henderson led them with rushing. No one really had a jump-out game. Demario Douglas apparently lost his uncle, was shot a couple of days before the game. He has his first ever 100-yard game and a touchdown in the win for the Patriots. And the other game, Errol, our boy Daniel Jones turned the ball over 5 times in the Colts' loss to the Steelers. Jones was 31 of 50 for 342, a touchdown, a rushing touchdown as well, and 3 picks and 2 fumbles. He had 2 receivers with 115 yards, Alec Pierce and
It's going to happen
Pittman
once
Jr.
or twice. I'm not worried about it.
Well, I mean, look, that's fine. Jalen Warren had 2 rushing touchdowns for Pittsburgh, but really didn't get much on the ground. They had 38 total rushing yards. I mean, the story, they didn't really have anyone standing out passing. Freiermuth had a touchdown at tight end, but it was, you can't win the game if you turn the ball over 5 times, man. That's how it is.
And I agree with you. And I'm not going to take shots at. I want to go to the Patriot game first, because what's interesting to me is Michael Penix, when he plays, he gives his team a chance to win every single week. Bijan Robinson had a bad week. I think that was the problem with Atlanta. And I think the Patriots found a way to stop Bijan. And when you stop Bijan and you stop that offense, and you saw it, Michael Penix is special. We could see that he is going to develop into a really good quarterback. I don't know if he's going to be Caleb Williams or Jaden Daniels. We'll see. But he's shown to be a very important piece to this team's future. And I love what I see. But I'm going to tell you this. I don't think he's a top 5 quarterback, but Drake May has been very consistent. You can't complain, or you can't argue that. 19 for 29, 259 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. He was sacked 6 times. But now I think they're going to start running Henderson, and you could see that maybe the youngster is going to get an opportunity, and maybe that'll open up the offense a little bit better and spread this offense out. Like you said, Douglas had his first 100-yard game. Henry Diggs needs to play better. I know he had a touchdown, but he needs to play better. He's a leader. He has to play better. Now, as far as the Indianapolis Colts game, yeah, Daniel Jones didn't have that rock-solid game. He still threw over 342 yards, and he only lost by 7. He kept his team in the game, even with the mistakes. The defense is elite. You can see that Indianapolis's defense is elite. They're going to be able to compete even when they make these kind of mistakes. That's the interesting thing. With all the mistakes that Indianapolis made this week, they still were in the game. Their defense kept them in the game. And that, to me, tells me that this can be a contender and championship contending team with the talent that they have. They can run the ball. They got Taylor, even though he didn't have a big game. I think he's explosive. He's as explosive as any running back in the league. Pittman had a great day. I should have started him. I'm smacking myself in the head. And so did Pierce. I think they got weapons all over the field. And again, congratulations to Aaron Rodgers, but Aaron Rodgers didn't have a big day. As a matter of fact, he was sacked 3 times, and he only had 1 touchdown. What was impressive to me about them is their defense and their red zone defense at some points of this game. It was remarkable how good this defense played. J.J. Watt was all over the field. T.J. Watt.
I was about to say, J.J. came back?
T.J. Watt was all over the field. The defense was all over the place, making plays. The secondary played very, very well. And you saw what happened.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions with Terrell Austin, the defensive coordinator with the Steelers. You saw the run defense been really bad, but they really buckled down against Jonathan Taylor. He really struggled in this game. The offensive line on the interior, that's normally very good for the Colts, struggled in this game, and it just affected the rest of their offense. You're right, their offense didn't really do much. Might have jumped the gun, so that meant anything, but maybe the Colts have a trade deadline move or 2 on defense that they could do. As far as the Falcons, they look really undisciplined. That's not a good sign, especially for the pre-snap penalties.
Look who their coach is.
Yeah, and I get concerned on that too, especially how good their offensive line is. Like, there's a lot of pre-snap penalties, and a lot of them on 3rd down, a lot of them on 4th down when they could have gone for it on 4th and 1. I agree with you on Penix. He did everything he could under pressure a lot of the time. Smart decisions. Obviously, a lot of them, it's a great game, but you can't be beating yourselves like the Falcons have been doing. They beat the Bills and now have lost 3 straight.
I will say this. Smith is back. And if he plays this well, watch out for this defense because he hasn't been at 100% all season long. He's been fighting injury really since the second half of the season last year. If Highsmith plays like this, he had 2 sacks in the game, and he dominated the line of scrimmage. He had 4 tackles. This defense is completely different.
Yeah, I mean, you guys kind of pretty much covered it all, so I'm going to sit here and listen.
All right, we got 2 more left. Let's get into the next set of games. The Broncos defeated the Texans 18-15 in a game where C.J. Stroud was knocked out early in the first half. He was sliding and got taken out in the middle of a slide. Concussion protocol. Davis Mills had to finish the rest of the way. The Texans did have a lead. They didn't really score any points after that. Bo Nix was able to do just enough for them to win. And in overtime, the Jacksonville Jaguars defeated the Raiders 30-29.
No thanks to Travis Hunter.
At the end of he didn't play because he's on the IR.
Yeah,
as we know. But the big thing in that game was the extra point. They decided to go for 2 at the end of the game in overtime to go for the win instead of for the tie, and they did not get it. It gets knocked down right at the line in a pretty embarrassing looking play for Geno Smith, who otherwise played his best game of the season, 29 of 39, 284 and 4 touchdowns, 3 to the returning and finally healthy for my fantasy team. That's now better than yours, Errol. Brock Bowers.
Because of
12 catches. Because of Brock Bowers, yes. 12 catches, 127, 3 tutties.
I lost a week, and this guy's better than mine. Get out of
Genti
here.
had 42 yards on the ground, 47 in the air, and a touchdown. But that game, pretty close game all the way through to the end. What do you think about those two close ones?
I think Bo Nix, there's a problem here. I don't think Bo Nix is what he was last year. He's having a sophomore slump. You can see it. It's a big problem right now for them. I think the Broncos are in trouble. This team, if they depend too much on their defense going into the playoffs, they're going to be one and done. I just don't think they're going to be able to. They're 7-2, but I think they're a bad 7-2. I don't really think they're as good as their record shows. 18-15 against a Texan team that has a great defense but have no offense, and they lost their quarterback in the first quarter, and you almost lost that game. That is a problem for anybody to see that, to be like, well, they're 7-2 and they have one of the elite defenses in the league. They're not putting up enough points, and that was the problem when we had Sanderson on this show. I argued, who is their secondary option? Where is their second part of their offense coming from if Cortland Sutton doesn't get the ball? I don't know where they're getting it. They're not getting enough of it, and that's the problem. And I've got to give J.K. Dobbins a little bit of credit. I mean, this guy tears an ACL every other year, and he comes back, and he's still one of the elite running backs in the league. It's ridiculous. How many times does this guy have to tear his knee and come back and only sign a one-year deal and show up and play as hard as he does? It's remarkable what this guy is.
He's fourth in the NFL in rushing. You realize that, J.K. Dobbins? Fourth.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable right now what J.K. Dobbins is doing. As far as the Jacksonville Jaguars, well, how can I say this? Trevor Lawrence sucks, okay? He is bad, okay? I don't know what more to say about this. 23 for 34, 220 yards, no touchdowns, one interception. I mean, you are an elite quarterback. You are being compared to Andrew Luck, and you just can't do anything on a football field. You got weapons like you do, and you have weapons. I don't want to hear it. Etienne is a weapon. Etienne is still putting up numbers. I'm very surprised he's putting up the numbers he is this year. But you're getting offense from Washington. You have Brian Thomas Jr., who I think is so explosive. You're not using him enough in this game. To me, it just doesn't make any sense. And you play a Raiders team that is trying to lose. This Raiders team is trying to lose. Every single game that they look like they're in it, they lose it at the tail end of it. The only thing good about this team is Brock Bowers is back, and boy, oh boy, is he back. He had 3 reception touchdowns in the game for 127 yards. This is why he's the best tight end in football, and it's not even close. When you watch a game like that, he's ridiculous.
Yeah, when you know how bad the Raiders' offense has been this year, you could tell that Jacksonville's missing a lot of key defenders. I'm not talking about the Gremlin. He's not a key defender. I'm talking about Jordan Lewis and Devin Lloyd, who have been actually 2 of the best at their positions that year. Jordan Lewis, really good corner, ex-Cowboy that was a slot corner over there. And Devin Lloyd, arguably, could have been the best performance middle linebacker this year so far. They missed him in that game. Obviously, Bowers cooked. And I agree with you on Lawrence. His decision-making is very strange sometimes. And this is a coach in Cohen that, like you said, knows how to use these secondary options well.
What do you do with him? $55 million. You just signed him for a long-term deal. What do you do with Trevor Lawrence?
You got to hope.
You can't do anything.
Yeah, you just got to hope that the coaching will finally get onto him, because
it's so bad.
It seems like a lot of these teams, like, I don't know if it's yips. I don't know if it's just he doesn't have his beats right, because I think Cohen's really doing a good job play calling.
What is it with these Clemson quarterbacks too? I mean, Deshaun Watson looked like he was going to be special. Then he was doing the rub and tug, and now he looks like he's done with his career. And now you have Trevor Lawrence. He was the next big thing. He was the next thing that everybody calls the next slice for the NFL superstar quarterback. And he's not a slice. He's like, I don't know. He's a double whammy.
He has the perfect arm talent. He has the perfect body type that you would want in a quarterback.
He's a chicken finger that's not cooked. Okay.
Yeah, and his brain looks cooked for some of the decisions he's making. And
he's a raw chicken finger. That's what he is.
The Raiders stayed in the game literally.
Maybe I got to dip them in some honey mustard.
The Raiders stayed in that game literally for that reason because Jacksonville was outplaying them, like you said, on pretty much every other angle. Shout out to Cam Little as well, the NFL record with the field goals.
Yes.
68 yards, and that broke the record. As far as the other game with the Broncos and the Texans, I think it was a bad matchup for the Broncos when you look at Stingley on Sutton, too.
Dude, you're going to tell me the Broncos are a good team right now?
No,
They're 7-2.
I think they're a good team.
Dude, they barely beat the Jets. They shouldn't have beaten the Jets, okay? The Jets practically gave that game away. They shouldn't have won this game. And this is a bad Houston.
Shouldn't have beat the Giants either.
They shouldn't have beaten the Giants. They're not a good team. They're really not. To me, they're flawed. They're a 7-2 flawed football team. I know your son doesn't want to hear it. I know Carter doesn't want to hear it.
He admits it too. He's like, we legitimately are a soft seven. Like, we could almost be undefeated, but we could literally be almost last in our division. Like, he even said it last night. We were at dinner, and we're sitting there just chopping it up, and he's like, low key, Dad, Bo Nix was ass, and I'm like, and he's a huge Broncos fan. He's like, yeah, we pulled it out, but he goes, I don't know how much more we can keep doing this and how we stay in these games. Like, he goes defensively, but yeah, Carter even admits too. He's like, it's not a 7-2 team, but yeah, it's. I wonder what Sanderson would have to say about this. We got to get him on again too. But yeah, these two games are funny because it's like literally my son.
You make excuses.
Probably. And one of my best is a Raiders fan, and he's like, he goes, I think I threw one of my slippers because we find a way to lose every week. And I'm like, man, did you see Max Crosby's tweet? He's like, just hang in there with us. Like, we're real close and whatever. I was just like, I don't know about that. But
yeah, if they had Sam Darnold.
He was like, hang with us. And I'm like, all right. Raiders fans are a little different. So
By the way, for all the fans out there, you could shut the music.
We got one more. We got one more, Errol.
Oh, we have one more? All right. Let's do it. I thought these
you
were the last
were just mentioning Sam Darnold. We got to talk about him. Sam Darnold had a monster game on Sunday Night Football.
Who cares
21
about the Rams game?
of 24 for 4 touchdowns, 1 pick, 330 yards. Of course, Jackson Smith-Njigba leading the NFL by a lot in receiving this year.
Who called that one?
That would be me.
Okay, just check.
948 total receiving yards on the season, and he's had his bye week already. He's ahead of the next guy who's Chase, who hasn't had his bye week.
Pretty easy when he's the only weapon that it's throwing to.
That's why I said he was going to get the record. That was exactly my reason, that they were going to have to throw
harder
Cup
too
is
because
hurt.
he's getting doubled though too, more so because he is the only weapon.
He is getting doubled, but he's that good. He's just he's that dude. Pretty awesome to see him rise to that level. Commanders, though, the story of this game is, and Dan Quinn took the blame for it today. Running Jaden Daniels out there, first game back from injury, playing him late in the game when they're just getting pounded, and he dislocates his elbow. He's probably out for the rest of the season. Maybe he comes back late in the season. It isn't his throwing arm.
He's done.
But why would you? They're not going anywhere. I don't think we see him again until next year. The Rams and Saints. I took the Rams defense streaming this week. I'm very happy I did. The Saints are terrible. A horrible, horrible franchise. That's all I have to say about that game.
Probably beat the Jets just like they beat the Giants. Yeah.
Well, they're both terrible franchises.
I wrote a story. I have a story up on our website about Sam Darnold and the growth of Sam Darnold. It's a great article. Speedy, you tell them. It's a great article. Go check it out on the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. I put it together. I gave you the ins and the outs of Russell Wilson and Geno Smith and why the right jet is in the right place at the right time. And it's a great article. Go check it out. It's all about Sammy boy. He should be a Jet right now. I'm very upset, but Seattle is explosive. They're a contender. They're definitely a contender offensively. Got to see more on this defense. I got to see more on this secondary. I want to see them against elite teams and do it against elite teams. If they can do it, Sam Darnold, I believe, is the real deal. I think this team can compete. The Commanders are done. Their season is over. I think their season was over even if Jaden Daniels was the quarterback of this team. I just don't. I think he's got the yips, and I think he has the sophomore year. I think Jaden Daniels will be good next year. I don't know if he's as good as Caleb Williams is, and that's why I said it. teams are figuring him out. They got tape on him now. So I'm not saying I'm not saying that he's not good. I just think you got to watch now and see what he's going to be. So.
Yeah, for everyone who's trying to say, oh, it's just not his throwing arm, he'll be back fine. It's still harder for a run quarterback than it is for a pocket quarterback because you still gotta run, you still gotta make moves, stiff arm, even just catching the snap too as a quarterback too. That's gonna be hard. So hopefully,
I feel bad for him. Yeah. He's definitely on my fantasy team.
Yeah, and Dan Quinn definitely deserves blame for leaving him in the game that long. As far as
you're gonna blame Dan Quinn, come on. Dan Quinn was trying to be. First of all, you go to your star quarterback and you say to your star quarterback, do you want to play? You want to continue playing? He's going to tell you yes. And he's competitive. And you're not going to tell your competitive superstar, okay, I'm going to take you out of the game. He wants to.
Yeah, you are, Errol. You got to tell the quarterback to get out of the game.
We get in our own ways for that reason, Errol, like where we know we probably shouldn't, but as competitors we want to, and we know better because then something like this happens.
That's why coaches are there. The coach has to do that because the player won't. The player won't take themselves out if they're a real man. And that's the whole point. You know, like, you got to have a coach who looks at the guy and be like, you know, I had to do this in the high school game.
How many times do you see it? How many times do you see it?
It happens every so often. It depends on the kids.
It happens every so often. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. When you're a competitor, if you don't take them out and you're going to play
to take them out, it happens every game. It happens every time the game is out of hand. You got to take out the starters.
I usually don't see that unless the game, like the last 2 minutes of the game. It was 10 minutes left of the game. I mean, he's not going to.
It was 38-7.
It doesn't matter. He's not going to pull him out of the game. He
said he disagreed with himself. He said that he screwed up.
Yeah, well,
he said it's on him.
That's what he says now, but I don't think he would have changed it at any point. If he were to go back and do it again, he'd still do it the same way. I really do.
Transitioning to the Seahawks now, Fish, I'll give you credit. This is one of your playoff teams at the beginning of the year. I was worried about them because there's a lot of new pieces all at once in that new offensive coordinator when they strangely fired their one last year. But and Darnold's comfortable with Clint Kubiak. He was in San Francisco with him, and you were seeing the results. Errol, like you're saying, and Darnold's been one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL that doesn't really get talked about as much as they should. And
should be a Jet.
Yep. And that defensive line for Seattle's actually played very well too. Actually, they're one of the top 5 highest quarterback win rates in the NFL. That was a concern for me going into the year. Their secondary, I agree with you, Errol, still kind of question marks there, but this is a really good team.
Shut the music. I want to say something, and this goes back to the Jets organization, and I'm upset about it, and I'm going to say it quickly because we got a lot more to do, and we have to go to a sports minute. When I watch Sam Darnold do what he's doing right now, it makes me sick. It really sincerely makes me sick because I said it when the Jets decided to move him for a second and a fourth. I said, this is a big mistake. I think Joe Douglas should have held on to him. He was 23 years old, 22, going to be 23. He was a kid. He was the youngest quarterback drafted in NFL history. And to let this kid go the way they did, and he went to Carolina, he didn't succeed, but he just needed a spot where he felt comfortable with an offensive coordinator that was going to let him be himself. You see the opportunity that he is starting to bring to the table for all the teams that he played for, Minnesota and now Seattle. I'm sick. I'm sick to my stomach. I have nothing else to say about that.
Wasn't Darnold there in Carolina with Baker Mayfield too?
Yeah. Yes, he was.
He started over.
Are you more sick to your stomach than I am about Daniel Jones?
No. You should
you don't
be
think
sick.
So? I feel like I'm not that sick to my stomach about Daniel Jones.
You should be sick.
Because he was so bad with us.
That's because the team never gave him weapons. They gave him nothing.
But to be fair, are they ever going to be able to give him weapons? This is an incompetent franchise. So I'm kind of glad he's gone. I feel like Sam Darnold, they just didn't wait long enough to let him develop.
My stomach, man. Sick to my stomach watching this, man. It really bothers me. And if he wins a Super Bowl with Seattle at any point, it's going to make me sick. It's going to make me really, really sick.
Now the real question, Jabba, do you think Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield turns their careers around because of Matt Rule in Carolina?
I'm going to tell you this. I remember I said this. Don't be surprised if Baker and Sam meet in the playoffs and it's a battle of quarterbacks. And they both have something to prove for each other because they both played on the same team. And Sam won the job. And a lot of people, and Baker blames who? There's a defensive coordinator that is coaching for the New York Jets right now, is the reason why he blames him for not getting that starting position. So that's a whole nother story. A whole nother thing that we're not going to get into right now. But we're going to go to a sports minute. We have Jabba rules, tic-tac-no. We might have to skip one of these. We'll maybe skip tic-tac-no tonight. We got to dial it up and call your shot. There's a lot to get into when we come back here on Jabba the Mouth.
The Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a couple of stories for you before we get into the scores this evening. The University of Auburn have fired head coach Hugh Freeze after 2.5 seasons running the Tigers. Freeze, who's 56, was 15-19 in his time at the SEC school and is still owed $15.8 million from the 6-year, $49 million deal he signed in 2022 to replace Brian Harsin. I have informed Coach Freeze of my decision to make a change in leadership with the Auburn football program. Cohen says in a statement, he is the general manager, the AD of the school. Coach Freeze is a man of integrity, and we are appreciative of his investment in Auburn and his relentless work over the last 3 years in bolstering our roster. Our expectations for Auburn football are to annually compete for championships, and the search for the next leader of Auburn football begins immediately. Freeze went 1-12 against ranked teams and could never get the offense going, culminating with a 10-3 loss to Kentucky this week. Auburn is now looking for their 4th head coach since they fired Gus Malzahn in 2020, only 5 seasons ago. And the AP college football poll is out for the first week of November, and the top remains much of the same, with undefeated Ohio State, Indiana, and Texas A&M in the top 3 spots, followed by one-loss Alabama, Georgia, Oregon, and Ole Miss. The big changes, though, were at 8 through 10 after losses to last week's 8, 9, and 10 Georgia Tech, Vanderbilt, and Miami, and that led to undefeated BYU jumping to 8, Texas Tech going to 9, and 2-loss Notre Dame getting the 10 spot. Oklahoma, Texas, and Utah were the biggest risers after their wins, all of them jumping 7 spots to 11, 13, and 17, respectively. Only one team, Houston, dropped out of the top 25, with idle Washington getting back into the top 25 at number 24 for the first time since Michael Penix Jr. and Rome Odunze had the squad in the national championship game back in 2023. Monday Night Football, it is 27-10 Cardinals over the Cowboys in Jerry's World. The Cowboys are trying to make it happen. It's 12:48 left in the 4th. Let's hope they don't. And in basketball, we have just coming to the end of the game, 27.1 seconds left in the 4th. The Rockets 108, the Mavs 102. 4:14 left in the 3rd. The Nuggets 90, Kings 81. End of the first quarter. In Portland, it's 33-24 Trailblazers over the Lakers. Still to come tonight, we have the Heat and the Clippers. In final action earlier tonight, the Knicks handled the Wizards pretty easily, 119-102. Karl Anthony Towns, 33 points, 13 rebounds in that one. And other finals, the Timberwolves 125, the Nets 109. They are 0-7 on the season. The Bucks beat the Pacers 117-115 in Indiana. The Jazz beat the Celtics in Boston 105-103. And the Pistons beat the Grizzlies 114-106. In hockey right now, it's 12:20 left in the 3rd period, all tied at 2 between the Blues and Oilers. And 15:22 left in the 3rd, it's 4-2 Canucks over the Predators in Nashville. And with 2:36 left in the 1st, it's no score, Seattle and Chicago. And earlier tonight, the Maple Leafs beat the Penguins 4-3. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Jabba in the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify. Now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe to all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos that you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our next segment on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
What is this? This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Oh my God! Can't wait.
631-672. 3108 is the number to call. That's my new favorite. Can't wait. I like that. I like that take right there. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth, and you're listening to a little, West Coast music. Rolling with my homies. You like that? I don't know. You rolling with your homies? You want something with your homies?
That's a different song.
I'm sorry?
That's a different song.
No, I know that. It's Snoop Dogg. I know. It's Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre. I know what it is. I'm just adding my own music. Yes, you're listening to Jabba in the Mouth. My name is Errol Marks, my co-host Jabba Chamberlain, and Speedy Petey, executive producer Mr. Aaron Fishman. On the board, Mr. Tommy Poops. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And Dak Prescott is not having a very good game right now. And I'm sure I'm going to get a text from the Beeve in just a few moments saying, Dak sucks, as he always does. But Jabba, what are we brought to you by?
We are brought to you by Veteran Renovations here in good old Lincoln, Nebraska, a Marine veteran-owned company. Good friend of mine. They do unbelievable work. They're licensed, bonded, and insured. Been serving the community for over 30 years with experience. Free inspection, strong warranties, and even 0% financing. They are running a special now for all new customers, $1,000 off windows. We will be running a special as well with them, with our other sponsor in Omaha Steaks. So get a hold of them. Look them up online, veteranrenovationsne.com. You can follow them on X and Twitter at veteransrenone. And check them out. Give them a call and let them know that you watch a show and we sent you there. Veteran Renovations, Nebraska.
This makes my pecker hard.
As we all know. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we call this Jabba Rules.
Jabba Rules.
Another toe job. Yeah.
All right, Jabba, tell us what rules tonight.
Tonight is we're gonna go back to baseball, and it's kind of a sports related one as well. And the fact what we do, we're out competing, but respect gives and takes away. If you get respect, you get respect. And I don't know if anybody saw it because it was very, very subtle. But real recognizes real, and Yamamoto, as Vlad was stepping in the box, tipped his hand to his hat to respect Vlad and the understanding of what this man can do right there. And that's the utmost respect you can give to another man that steps in the box knowing he's trying to take money off your plate and win. And just to know how much we all do respect. In between the lines, we want to fight and we want to grind. But when real recognizes real and respect is given and earned. And it definitely – we all got to see, what type of player Vlad was, and obviously Yamamoto and those two stepping up in that biggest moment. But to understand how big that moment is, but the game only lasts so long. The game of life lasts forever, and that just shows you the character of both of those men. So that was really something, and I think it needs to not only be done in sports but in life. So that's what rules today.
I gave up the booty there.
Didn't give up the booty there.
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my two-hole, I'm good.
New pack of 6 just came today, baby.
There you go.
Never going wrong.
Well, that's not true. That's how you got Carter.
Yeah, 20 years ago.
I'm just kidding. Anyways, are we doing tic-tac? No. Are we doing it?
We got it.
All right.
We can fit it in.
Let's try. Tic-tac, no.
Marsh, right in the butt. What? We get the prizes cheap as they're stolen. No.
Shit. Every time I watch Speedy dance, it kind of gets me worried that this guy has ants in his pants. It seriously looks like he does. Because he puts his hands up, and I wonder where his hands are going. And then all of a sudden, they just stay up in the air. I'm like, are we playing like what do they call it? The Eiffel Tower, when you hold each other's hands and you know what I'm talking about, John.
That is not what I thought when Eiffel Tower.
I didn't know. I thought
I
you were
don't
going
speak
somewhere
French.
else. I thought that was a different segment.
Well, we haven't done that segment in a while. So.
Right.
I don't want to scare anybody away.
The rah-rah shish kumbah.
All right, let's go.
All right, we'll start with the World Series losing team, the Toronto Blue Jays. The last time they won a World Series, 1993. What player who was the oldest player on the team that year led the Blue Jays in hits?
In 93?
In 1993. He was the oldest
I think
player.
I know this one. Paul Molitor.
And Fish gets it.
Yeah. All right.
Hall of Famer, Paul Molitor.
Yep. I remember that. I was a kid watching that one, but I remember that. All right, I'm taking the middle. Speedy, what you got next?
All right, so we'll go to some college football. Obviously, we talked about Florida firing Billy Napier. Who was the longest tenured Florida coach in the last 50 years? Also was a Heisman Trophy winner.
You said a Florida coach?
Yep.
Spurrier?
And Fish gets 2 for 2.
Yeah. Let's go.
Who did he win the Heisman with?
He won it with Florida.
Oh, that's right.
Let's go. That's awesome. Speedy, you didn't rehearse this with me at all. This is just great. All right, I'm gonna take bottom right. All right, here we go. Next question. Do your worst, Speedy.
All right, let's go to some basketball. So, KD's first year in Oklahoma City, we were talking about his feud with Thunder fans. He was the leading scorer that season. Russell Westbrook was third. What player who's still active was the second leading scorer?
Oh.
What year is this?
So the first year in OKC. That would have been the 2000.
So this is KD's second year, but Russ's rookie
year in
year.
the league. So it's 2008.
I have no idea who won that.
It's not James Harden.
It's a player that is still active.
I wasn't in the league yet.
Stupid ass Michigan State.
That's an interesting question.
Still playing. I'm just trying to think of guys that would still be playing from that team.
Well, it's not Kendrick Perkins, even though he was the leader of that
I was
team.
going to say that as a joke.
It's a white dude.
Still playing?
Still playing.
What the hell?
Is it Collison?
Nope.
No, he
Nick
can't be
Collison
still
was
playing.
the last original Supersonics.
I don't even know that team. Damn.
Can't be still playing college.
Kansas.
I'm going to guess. I don't know if he's still playing. I don't know if it's right. I'm going to say Serge Ibaka.
No.
No.
It's a good guess, but he's definitely retired.
I don't know if he was playing or not.
Collison was in the league for a long time. So.
Yeah, he was the last original Supersonic.
All right.
Like 4 years ago.
Is this like a Nick Batum?
No, but that's a good guess. A similar type of player.
I got nothing. Somebody
player,
can take this. I'm trying to think. I can't.
It's gonna be like one of these guys that's just like a role player off the bench for the last 6 years, but he's just been around.
You're right. That is literally that type of player.
He's probably been on like 7 teams.
Yeah,
Something
he definitely
like
could have
that.
been. Yep.
Short's not
Damn.
a woman?
No, not a woman.
Hey, you can't say that. I got nothing.
Yep. So Fish, you're literally right. It is that type of player. It's Jeff Green.
Ah. I didn't remember Jeff Green was over there.
I remember him.
Uncle Jeff.
I remember him now. All right, Speedy, I'm assuming you're going for the block here.
Yes, I am.
Heart problem.
All right, Speedy gets the block.
Damn, we could
All
have
right, next question.
All right. So the recently retired Darius Leonard has the rookie record with most combined tackles in a season. So which active linebacker that is third among rookies, just behind him in that record with 112?
I'm sorry, say that all over again?
So Darius Leonard had the rookie record for most combined tackles in a season. Just retired. That's why I brought it up.
Okay.
So which active linebacker, somebody still in the league, was third
I'm going to
of
take
all
a
time
guess.
with 112?
I'm going to
What do you
guess. Wagner.
Nope.
Active linebacker now?
Yep.
Von Miller.
No, he's an edge rusher. He needs to be a middle linebacker to get that many tackles.
Levante David.
Java gets it. He couldn't miss on his. He couldn't miss on his Husker after missing Matt Rule the last time.
I know. I was like, I'm pretty sure it is.
That's a great one. All right, Java, where do you want to go?
Let's go middle right. Suck it, Speedy.
Middle right here. All right, we got a two-way go right here. I like it. All right, Speedy.
All right, so back to college football. So Indiana, one of the remaining undefeated teams. They were also like that last year, along with Oregon and two other teams. So you have to name one of those two other teams. One of them was a Big 12 team. The other one was a
undefeated?
Yep, who was the last remaining undefeated teams last year. One of them was a Big 12 team. The other one is a non-Power 4 team. Name one of them.
I remember looking at this data.
Was it a mid-major?
Yeah, one of them was a non-Power 4 team. Yes, that would qualify.
I don't remember if ASU lost the game. But that's not even. That doesn't
Was
even.
North Dakota State? No, is it North Dakota State or South Dakota State?
No, it's still an FBS team. Those are all FCS teams. It's not an FCS.
Oh, okay.
North Dakota State does have like them and JMU are like a dynasty for like.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, damn, I know it's one of those.
I need you to say the question one more time.
So, along with Oregon and Indiana, the last four undefeated teams when the college football playoff came out, one of them was a Big 12 team. The other one was a non-Power 4 team. So you need to name just one of the two teams.
Undefeated last year.
Yeah, one of the last four undefeated last year.
Who was the good Big 12 team last year, Java?
I can't even think right now. I'm trying to think of a Big 12 team.
Well, we're in the Big 10, so I don't really watch the Big 12.
They're sacrilegious to the conference now that they left.
Yeah.
Texas last year was
Texas'
Texas' first year in SEC, right?
Yes.
Okay, never mind. So it's not that.
Yes.
I don't even think they won undefeated.
So yeah, like you were saying, Arizona State was in the Big 12. The expansion did happen then. The last year of the Pac-12 was 2023.
I don't know, honestly. I don't know.
I'm just gonna guess a team. Jeez. I'm like completely blanking. There's no point.
Yeah, I got
I'm gonna
nothing.
Be wrong. Kansas State.
Nope.
Yeah, I guess you already guessed, right, Arrow?
No, I don't know.
You didn't guess? Okay, yeah. Oh, you can just tell us, Speedy. I don't think.
All right.
anybody
So
knows.
one of them, the Big 12 team was BYU. So if you're on the right track, another team that moved in.
You know
there.
what's funny? I was thinking of BYU.
I
was thinking of Zach
too. I was
Wilson.
thinking of
And then the independent team was one of our guests knows very well, and Colin Cosell. That was our.
Tell you
last
this:
year.
BYU basketball is going to be really good this year.
They are.
What they say that kid's gonna go number 1 or number 2?
Yeah.
Speedy, you going for the block here? Or you going for the block here?
Let's go for where I can win. I'll go top right.
You could win either place, so it doesn't really.
Oh
make
yeah,
a
that's
difference.
fine. All right.
All right.
Yeah. There.
All right, here we go. Next one wins. It looks like, guys.
All right, we'll go to baseball for this one. I was saving this one for Java.
I lost.
I didn't want to use it the week he was out. So obviously Yamamoto at the 2 complete games. There was the last Dodgers pitcher to do that did it in 2004. Who was that?
2 complete games in the playoffs?
No, just any playoff complete game. Which also, there was a weird gap. There was a long gap before that. Before that, the last complete game in the playoffs was Verlander in 2017. But this was the last Dodger to do it. They did it in 2004.
2004 Dodgers. My goodness.
Wasn't a lifer Dodger.
Kevin Brown.
Nope.
Damn.
Golly.
I got nothing. I don't even know any pitchers. Can I give my pick to Fish?
Yes.
Let's give Fish already guessed. All right, Fish, you get another one.
I couldn't even tell you the Dodgers back then.
I remember because I was in college.
Nomo?
Nope.
Damn.
Was he a starter his whole career?
I think majority of it.
I want to say I am. I don't know why. It was at Lima time.
Yes, it was.
It was? Okay. Because I remember, wasn't there long.
No, I think only 2 years.
Yeah, but I remember it was like they were comparing to like when he was throwing, it was like this is like Fernando. But I knew there was like some correlation in like the Fernando Mania or something, and I was like but I didn't think he started that long.
Yeah, he was most of his career was a starter.
Sometimes I sit on it.
But yeah, because he was like a fourth or fifth starter. Like it wasn't
Yeah.
like all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he only had 1 year.
Like a serial killer.
He only had 1 year with the Dodgers. Then he went to the Royals. Then he went to the Mets in 2006, and he got hurt.
Yeah.
Is Nathan dancing?
Does your wiener barf,
Nathan dancing there?
Speedy?
Yeah, he was a starter most of his career.
Nathan had that. He just had a different colored shirt on tonight.
Yeah, Nathan had that exact same blazer on.
He had the blazer on. He's the blue blazer. It's definitely something special when he has that blazer. I think he was trying to impress Brandon Steiner. I don't know. There was something. I don't get it, but yeah.
By the way, Brandon's house is dope.
I'm sure. I might have to check it out. But it's funny because Mike Catino tells me a lot about him and Brandon Steiner. They kind of worked together when Brandon started his collection and started to sell autograph signings. Mike Catino had his own, magazine, and they worked in the same place. So they worked hand in hand with each other when it came to athletes. Brandon would bring the athletes, and Mike Catino would get them in the magazine. So it's pretty cool. And he wanted to link me up with Brandon Steiner over the last, I would say the last 6 or 7 months, but I've been so busy with what we're doing. So it's just been a little bit hard. So anyways, we got a little bit more to go. We call this Dial It Up.
We interrupt this regularly scheduled hot mix, bringing important news for you. We got a big broadcast to do here. We're about to dial it up.
All right, guys. Welcome to Dial It Up, everyone's favorite lightning round sports segment. We got a bunch of stories Errol doesn't know anything about yet. He's going to react to them in real time, and then we'll go back and forth with them. Errol, Ja Morant suspended 1 game for conduct detrimental to the team. He missed Sunday's game for this incident that happened after Friday's game where he did not respond in an appropriate way to first-year head coach Thomas Isalo in a dismissive tone, according to ESPN's Shams Charania. When questioned by reporters after the game, Morant told reporters to go ask the coaching staff about his poor performance. According to the coaching staff, probably don't play me, honestly. That's basically what the message was. It's cool. Morant has been bad to start the season with horrible three-point shooting and is playing a career low 28.5 minutes per game. Errol, dial it up!
Well, Ja Morant obviously is asking his way out of wherever he believes he's playing, because I think he's in his world. I just think he's in his own little world right now. Unfortunately, Ja Morant is still one of the more athletically gifted players in the NBA. But as of right now, I just don't think he's going to find his way with another team. No team is going to take on a personality of that trait. We've seen it with Russell Westbrook. It took a while for a team to figure out what Russell Westbrook was. And I don't know if Ja Morant is as, to me, as I would say more cool and collective as Russell Westbrook is. He's not a team player. He's a guy that does whatever he wants. He's on social media. He's done his stuff with the guns. We've seen the problems that he's had. How many times have we had Chris Childs on the show and saying that somebody needs to sit down and have a conversation with him? He's not a leader. He's not a champion. He's done nothing. How many times has he gone to the playoffs, and how many times he's completely laid up a lousy goose egg? The guy just doesn't do it right. He's not a real player in this league. And I think the problem with him is going to be who's going to take on a responsibility like that. That is the problem right now with John Moran. It's not the fact that he doesn't have the talent and the ability. It seems like he doesn't like the coach there, and that's why he wants his way out, and that's why he's not playing. He's not playing hard because he knows he doesn't want to be there anymore. So what is he doing? He's forcing his hand and forcing his way out of there. But now, who's going to take on a responsibility like that? And who's going to take the chance with a responsibility like that? I don't know who will, and I don't know who is going to take an opportunity like that. I think it's an opportunity, but it's an opportunity that could fall flat on his face.
I absolutely agree in the sense that if we were looking at John Moran 5 years ago during the bubble, really when he was starting to pop off, starting to like show his feet, show his immaculate dunks and whatnot, because he was a fun player to watch. And I'll be honest, I was excited to watch John Moran just as much as the next person. But then, like you mentioned, we see how much of a poor leader it is that he is, how much trouble he's getting into this year. You clearly see he doesn't like the coaching staff. You can see it's clearly an internal problem. And on top of that, he can't stay away from his guns or whatnot. So I got to be honest, like I said too, if we were watching this 5 years ago from now, it would be heartbreaking because I actually liked watching John Moran. I wanted to see this guy succeed or whatnot. But if anything does succeed with the Grizzlies, it would be not because of John Moran. He's like you said, Errol. He's proven that he's not a leader, and with guys like that, you can't really win. So if the Grizzlies are to win in the next couple of years, it definitely won't be.
He doesn't want to be there. No. You could see that he doesn't want to be there. So that's why he's playing as bad as he is. So.
Yeah, expect him to be in lots of rumors this year around the trade deadline.
Nobody's going to want him, and they're not going to give up much for him.
No, here's another guy that can't do any rumors anymore because he got fired. Yeah, we're talking about Miami Dolphins general manager Chris Grier, was fired on Friday shortly after the debacle on Thursday Night Football where they fell 28-6 to the Ravens. They're now 2-7 on the season. As soon as they fired Phillips, they traded edge rusher Jalen Phillips to the Eagles. And although Jalen Waddle was apparently off the table under Grier, he may now be available at the deadline under new leadership. In the 9 years with Grier as GM, the Dolphins were 77-80 and had 3 playoff appearances. They are saying, at least for now, that head coach Mike McDaniel is expected to finish the season as head coach under interim GM, former assistant GM Champ Kelly. Errol, Jalen Waddle is quite a big name to be floating around out there at the trade deadline. Dial it up!
Well, the Giants are looking for a secondary wide receiver to play with Neighbors. That could be a nice move for the New York Giants if they can squeak him away from the Miami Dolphins. Here's the problem with the Miami Dolphins. They're in a division that is really bad. Buffalo has dominated the division for the last, I would say, 5 years. The Patriots are figuring things out, and the Jets are bad. So it's really the battle of bad teams, the Jets or the Eagles. I mean, the Jets or the Miami Dolphins. The Miami Dolphins have a better record than the Jets over the last couple of years. 77-80 is not as bad as probably what the Jets have over the last couple of years with the coaching and the different GMs that they had in place. But I don't know what's going on with Miami. They have to figure out what they're going to do with Tua Tagovailoa. They gave him an extension a couple of years ago. He is getting paid a lot of money. I don't know what is going on with that organization and ownership. They have one of the more interesting owners in all of football. He brings in all these superstar guys. There were so many people that own pieces of the Dolphins, and now all of a sudden we haven't even heard anything like that. I don't know where the Dolphins organization is heading. All I do know is they got to figure out first who is going to lead this team. The same thing the Jets have a problem with is the same problem the Dolphins had and have had since Dan Marino. It's been bad.
Yeah, it's been stuck in mediocrity for a while. Like the Dolphins haven't hit the lowest of lows that you've seen these other poverty organizations like the Browns and the Raiders do, but they've done just as many bad things with players. They've done just as many bad things with coaches. This guy should have been there for maybe 3 or 4 years. He should have been fired 5 years ago. Like, he wasn't really doing much. Yeah, the Tunsil trade was good. They accumulated a lot of draft picks, but I think since then he didn't really do enough good trades with the draft picks. Then they couldn't find offensive line. They can't find defensive line. outside of Jalen Phillips. So there's only so much you can do. And a lot of people were saying that the ownership was keeping him on because of the whole Flores scandal. They didn't want to keep him on. Well, it makes you look bad keeping a really good coach in Flores, and then you keep a mediocre at best GM and Greer. So you can't have it both ways. You really look like a bad organization that way. And Miami is going to be a lot further in hell than people realize because they're very cash strapped right now.
All right. Let's move on to another sport, and this one's one of my favorite stories of the week. Oh, yeah, that's Mr. Joel Embiid getting fined $50,000 for doing the old suck it crotch chop. Yes, Joel Embiid fined $50K after making a lewd gesture in the first quarter against the Celtics on Friday. He did the famous Degeneration X crotch chop that he has been warned about in the past. Embiid, however, said he was merely trying to imitate the blocking foul sign referees do after making a basket.
Interesting.
Y'all better start finding the refs for doing the lewd blocking foul gesture, since I'm not allowed to do it. And then he hashtagged the NFL because he doesn't even know what league he's in, according to Embiid. Embiid has been fined 4 times for a total of $185,000 for doing the suck it crotch top in his NBA career. Errol, dial it up!
Well, that's pocket money for him. That's for damn sure. $180,000. Honestly, Joel Embiid is the biggest creep in the NBA. The guy, when we look at some of the worst, really, personalities we've seen, John Morant's one of them, obviously, with the gun situation. We just mentioned one of them. And then Joel Embiid, there's other guys, obviously, Brooks. We all know all of them. And we mentioned one, there's one of them in Golden State as well, as his own podcast as well, Mr. Draymond Green. They're all asses. This guy is the biggest ass of them all. Because what does he do? He tries to hurt players. He tries to put himself in a position all the time where he says, I don't want to play back-to-back games. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. I'm making hundreds of millions of dollars and complaining to the organization that they're not giving him the right players to win championships. Meanwhile, he cried to the NBA for years that he should have been the MVP. Finally wins the MVP and chokes in the playoffs again. Think about it this way. This is the only big man that's won an MVP that's never taken his team to an Eastern Conference Finals. What does that spell? And what does that smell? That smells like old, dirty crap. That's what it smells like. Joel Embiid is an ass. He shouldn't be doing the things that he does on a basketball court, especially when kids are watching. He's a complete freak. And you know what? He should go over there and hang out with his beautiful, beautiful celebrity wife who likes to show her boobs and everything on social media. And now, he has got how many kids? I mean, honestly, I could care less what this guy does. He hangs out in New York in the off season and he signs autographs like he's something special. He hasn't won anything. He hasn't done anything. He's a loser.
Who's Joel Embiid's wife?
Go look. She's a supermodel.
I was wondering the same thing. Dude's a gremlin, but money makes you sexy.
And I heard Joel Embiid and supermodel. Like, that can't be right.
She's a supermodel.
Anna DePaul.
Mm-hmm.
Paula? Yeah, Anna DePaula.
Yeah, she's a supermodel.
Oh.
Yeah, money makes you sexy. But no, we talked about him too when he was talking about, all I've done for Philly and all this other stuff. And like you said, what has he done really? He hasn't done anything for Philly. And I mean, he talks mess and then he goes out and doesn't follow through, doesn't win championships. Like, I'm tired that he keeps getting brought up, but there's nothing else to talk about because he just keeps being an idiot. Like, you're trying to do the blocking foul. Shut up. You're stupid, but you're not that stupid. Like, and you just keep getting in the news for nothing that is productive. It's all anti-productive for your team and yourself, and it just makes you look like an absolute idiot. Yeah, this dude.
He screwed the Knicks a couple of years ago because they lost Mr. Robinson because of him. He absolutely screwed him. And here's another thing about him that I really don't like. Remember when the Knicks went to Philadelphia in the playoffs and the Knicks fans showed up, and he had nothing good to say about the Philadelphia fans? If you're all about Philadelphia, why are you taking shots at your own fans that you should have filled out the seats? Hey, dude, why don't you pay for the seats? They're like, what are they, $5 a seat? The Knicks fans went there and filled out the floor seats because they were cheap. If you care so much, open your goddamn pockets. You spend $180,000 giving them the suck it sign. Well, take that $180,000 and go buy tickets for the fans, you loser. That's all I'm going to say.
All right, let's keep it rolling here on Dial It Up. We got another one for you, and this is one you mentioned that you wrote a story about, Errol. But here's the next update. Giants D-line coach Andre Patterson is backing Dexter Lawrence in his disagreement with Carl Banks. So he took to the media saying that the star defensive tackle, he's going to take his side. Banks had criticized Lawrence's play in 2025, saying his production had gone down, that teams no longer fear him like they used to. Lawrence says he draws just as much attention, and Banks was delusional. Well, Patterson chimed in saying, if he wasn't playing well, I would stand here, right here in front of you and tell you he's not playing well, and I have to get him to play better. But that's not the truth. After that, Lawrence had a grand total of 1 pressure and 1 quarterback hit in Sunday's 34-24 loss to San Francisco. Errol, dial it up!
Coach who?
Andre Patterson.
I know who he is. Because if I was Carl Banks, that's what I'd be saying. Who the hell are you? Okay? I won 2 Super Bowls with the New York Giants. I have been a voice for the New York Giants all over social media, all over every single radio station in the country. I go and I speak up for the Giants and the Giant players. And yeah, I would agree with him that Dexter Lawrence has taken steps back. I think Dexter is not 100% healthy right now. I really do believe he's playing hurt. So, of course, what Carl Banks is doing is he's trying to hype him up and he's trying to give him confidence or push him to play a little bit better. That's what Carl wants to do. He's trying to jab him to go out there and play a little bit harder. I just think that obviously the New York Giants are being put in a situation, and then you're going to hear from these old timers, old Giant players that are going to come out and say, well, you're not Lawrence Taylor, you're not this guy, you're not that guy. And that's what Carl Banks is saying right now. If you think you're that great of a defense, you really believe you're a top 7 defense right now in the league, you got to go out there and play hard and play at your top of your game. And they're just not right now. And so Carl is just coming out and saying what he sees. I don't believe Carl actually believes Dexter Lawrence is still not an elite player. I do not believe that. I think he just said it to kind of jab at him. So for all you Giant fans that are upset at Carl Banks, and by the way, what WFAN and what everybody has done to this man, when he has been nothing but a voice of reason for the New York Giants and the New York Giant fans, shame on all the radio stations that have thrown this guy to the wolves. I would love Carl Banks to come on this show because I would tell Carl, keep speaking, man. Keep saying and keep talking how you feel because that's what I want to hear. I want to hear the truth, not some bullcrap when you're getting on your hands and knees and kissing everybody's ass from the New York Giants organization.
He also said that Dexter Lawrence was his favorite player.
Of course.
And he wanted his favorite player to start playing like he knew he was capable of. To say that he's playing just as good as he did last year is crazy when he had almost 10 sacks at this point last year with double the amount of pressures, creating all sorts of havoc. Now, the line is different, right? And you have more pressure coming from the outside, and you probably can award some of those sacks that Brian Burns is getting, leading the league with 11, to Dexter pushing the pocket and having to run into Burns. Sure, we know that Dexter Lawrence is still very good, but Dexter Lawrence wasn't just very good. He was doing stuff only guys like Aaron Donald was doing for the last 2 seasons. Right now, he's playing well. He's just not playing that well. That's all he was saying, Carl. And he's saying that we need Dexter Lawrence to play at that level if they're going to win. And the Giants clearly aren't winning, so step up your game. Stop pretending like, look, you're getting the same amount of double teams. Okay, they're paying attention to you, but you're not beating anything. And when you're soloed up, I see very often just not getting off blocks, not making plays, just not enough plays. I mean, in general on the Giants defense, but just not plays being made by a guy who used to.
Are you gonna attack Carl Banks because he is going to speak and say what he feels? I'm not. And Dexter Lawrence, I understand he's upset. He doesn't like the way this team has really been motivated. And he likes the youngsters that they have. Everything that he has said over the last couple of weeks says that he is the leader of this team. But when you're the superstar of your team and you're not playing well, what is Carl Banks going to do? He's going to attack the superstar. And that's what he did. Just take it. You guys attack me all the time, and you guys say whatever you feel, and I just sit there and I just laugh at it, and I attack you back. I was like, oh my God. As I always do.
Wait, speaking of attacks, there was something I forgot to show you earlier. We got this picture of when you got wheeled out of high school, finally made up for you right here. This was your last day in high school when they wheeled you out.
That was how you graduated, man?
I mean, you can call it graduating. Some wouldn't, but this was certainly the last day of Errol's high school
There is a
career.
disclaimer to this as
What
well.
am I, Hannibal Lecter? What the hell is this?
The disclaimer to this is factually inaccurate. Errol was not an Islanders fan in high school.
No, I wasn't.
Oh, that was my mistake. It originally made you a Rangers fan, and I had to change it, obviously. But regardless, we got one more story, and this is for everyone. Did you guys see this?
Yes.
Look at this outfit. And it wasn't just KD and Anthony Edwards clowning this fit by SGA. I read some other people commenting on it as the peanut butter suit.
I was just about to say it looks like he smeared peanut butter on himself.
Smeared peanut butter. Well, Anthony Edwards had some jokes walking around looking like the Rick James couch. And then KD said, homie looked like the bronze kneecap. Let's just say, and then on top of that, you have to remember that SGA was last year's GQ's most stylish man.
Yep.
Errol, I don't know. Maybe you're going to surprise me and support this look, but we can only find out once you dial it up.
I love that SGA goes out there and he wants to show people who he is as a personality. I am not going to attack him or make jokes because he wants to go out there in public and look like a giant bumblebee. I don't know what.
Would you rock that?
Listen, if I'm making his kind of money, absolutely, I would rock that. 100%.
What about right now? Would you rock that right now?
Well, I'm not making that kind of money yet. But,
so only if you're making.
Listen, I don't know how much he's getting paid to wear that.
That is true.
How do we know what he's getting paid to wear that? Some designer's telling him to wear his stuff. Remember, he's come out and said it. And if anybody hasn't gone on Netflix and checked out the starting five or whatever the hell they call it, starting five, he says it. He says, I don't wear my outfits more than once. Okay? So if somebody is asking him to wear this outfit to style it up, he's probably making $100,000 off of it. To me, I'm absolutely doing it. And I'm not going to attack it because to me, it's SGA. This guy was the MVP of the league. He's got style. He knows how to dress. And there's nobody that dresses like him, quite like him. So is it weird? Yeah. Is it a weird look? Yeah. Why am I even listening to Anthony Edwards, by the way? If there's a clown out there that I'm not listening to, it's Anthony freaking Edwards.
On style though, like if Russell Westbrook was saying this, I could get. Well, I mean, he's a designer now.
Dude, Russ. So is SGA. SGA has his own style. He has his own shirts
I know, but
now.
Russell Westbrook's been in the game longer than SGA. Has.
Dude, Russell Westbrook is like I don't know what. I've seen him wear like clown suits.
I know, but he's still getting paid and people are still wearing his clothes.
I know. And I think SGA is going to be in that same same position to do that.
Westbrook wears skirts.
Honestly, I think SGA knows what style is. I've seen what he wears, and
you think this is style? This right here?
I think it's different.
It's certainly different.
Not style, though.
How do you know what it is?
Hey, where's his dick print, though? He got a small wrench.
How do you know? Have you put your hands in his pants?
There's no dick print.
Let's ask his wife.
Here's the idea. I'm going to make you wear a tie, but no one will see it at all.
Listen,
it's just going to be the exact same color.
So I
didn't even realize he was wearing a tie. So I'm
going to let you guys know something.
I didn't either.
I'm into fashion, and I create my own designs and stuff like that. I don't wear something like this, but I have done things and worn things that people will tell me, like, what are you trying to be here? And I said, I want to be different. So
does he have a half cape over his left arm? Is that what that is? Like, what is that? Is he like like a caramel version of the Count of Monte Cristo at the beach with sunglasses, like Terminator?
He's trying to be a new superhero. Who knows? I don't know.
Blade, like caramel Blade action figure.
By the way, I could care less what Kevin Durant and his fake Twitter accounts have to say too. So.
No, he's on his real ones now. He's all grown up. KD, he's all grown up now.
No, he's grown up, all right. He's grown up and probably not grown in his pants, and that's probably why he's looking at his crotch. Anyways, yeah, that's it. Let's
dial it up, boys.
I will say this: when a guy goes out like that, he's got to be sure about himself, and SGA really is sure about himself when he goes out like that. So I respect him. I don't know if I saw SGA right now and we had him on the show, I'd be like, yo, bro, you know the style, man. You find a way to really stand out from everybody else. And that's what you want to do with style and fashion. That's all you want to do. You want to stand out. That's the whole point of it. Even if it's weird and it's ugly, you want to stand out, because if somebody sees you wear it, they're going to want to buy it. And that's what SGA is doing. He's wearing probably one of his boys' outfits, or maybe some designer that asked him to wear it, and he's making money off of it. You can't hate on a guy that's trying to make a couple of bucks. So I'm not going to hate on it. I think it looks good. Why not? SGA, if you want to send a style like that to me, I'll wear it on this show.
SGA, it's an extra medium. That'd be extra medium, and
wait till you meet me.
I thought you were gonna say smedium.
Extra medium. This guy has no idea. He has no idea. But
bro, you're 5'10", 200 pounds. I seen him all day, every day.
I'm 5'10", 205 pounds, and I can do 130 push-ups without stopping. Could you do that?
And you know what? Nobody cares.
Could you do that?
How many push-ups could you do in the latex caramel suit with the half cape and the frills?
Speedy, how many did I do when we were when we did our other live show? I think I did like
it was at least 50.
It was more than that.
Oh, at Miller's Ale House, you did a lot.
Because what's his name again? Justin did 75, so I did I think 90 without stopping. I was wearing a coat and everything. So I listen. You could say whatever you want about me. I'm in shape, man. So whatever.
Good. What does doing 100 straight push-ups do for you? Nothing.
Yeah, well, you tell me I'm small. I'm definitely not small. I'm a lot bigger than you.
You're smaller than me.
Yeah, you're 6'3". That's about it. I'm a lot bigger than you think I am. I'm not no small little pecker. Okay, so if that's
but you're not bigger than me. So, but what does doing 100 push-ups do for you? Nothing,
dude. Any day you want to get into an octagon,
and you can bench 7,000 pounds. What's that do? Nothing.
I didn't say that. I could bench. Today I benched 305.
And that does what? Makes you feel good. That's all. That's all it does.
Hey, you want to get into an octagon with me and wrestle or do it?
Why? That's the dumbest thing ever. I'm 40 years old. I don't care. This isn't 43. A dick contest.
Well, you're the one who's growing the balls and telling me I'm small and stuff like that.
You are smaller than me. I'm just stating a fact.
I'm smaller than you, but I'm not as small as what you think I am. So,
I'm not saying you're 5'2", but you're smaller than me, so that's small.
You're making jokes that I'm 5. You say, oh, he's a little bit 5'10" and a half. That's what you do.
That's not making fun. That's stating a fact.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Well, like, Errol, you know, like when you're playing sports, like there's like tall and then there's like sports tall. Like Jaba's tall normal, but he's not sports tall.
No.
You know, like Errol, you're not short, but like if you were a professional athlete, you'd be one of the shorter guys in the room.
Depending on what sport, you know.
I mean, maybe not in horse jockeys or something, but like in a lot of sports, 5'10" short.
Dude, there are probably 3 of the 4 best hockey players in the country, in the world, besides Connor McDavid, are between 5'11" and 6 foot. So
that's interesting you say that. I have one to start off our last segment.
Oh, wonderful. What do we call it?
I'm not an X's and O's guy, right? I'm not a tactician. I'm a motivator in the classic sense of the word. You know, Lombardi, Charles Lindbergh, none over in India. Like those people. Call your shot.
Oh, man, Errol, you set me up perfectly because I'm talking about one of your heroes for Call Your Shot tonight. I'm going to give you a list, and the list has 6 names on it. Orr, Coffey, McInnes, Leach, Potvin, and Carlson. Those are the 6 defensemen in hockey history that have gotten 100 points. I'm calling my shot. It's not this year. I think it's next year. Matthew Schaefer will be the next player that gets 100 points as a defenseman in the National Hockey League. This kid has 5 goals and 5 assists in his first 12 games in the league. He is awesome. You guys got a freaking stud over there. I have a feeling he is the next great defenseman in the league. 100 points. He will be the 7th guy on the 100-point list for defensemen.
I guess it's me because I don't think Jabba left, I guess.
Did Jabba bounce? All right.
Looks like he's not in. All right. Oh, he's got to go. All right. Yep. All right. So I hinted at you in the private chat, Fish. I'm going to do mine on Hugh Freeze. That Hugh Freeze recently fired by Auburn. So my call your shot is just that he's going to get another SEC job. Most likely team probably Arkansas, because I think they're going to be the most desperate for looking for a football coach. You saw them spending with Calipari to get a basketball coach, and they're a better basketball program than that. Like, they have not been a good football program. But either way, if it's not them, there's going to be a lot of SEC jobs opening for many other reasons. Somebody's going to take the Florida job. Somebody's going to take the LSU job. There's young coaches like Drinkowitz and Shane Beamer at South Carolina that can get upgrades on different jobs. We've heard rumors of Steve Sarkisian maybe going to the NFL. I don't know why, but that could make a vacancy at Texas for one of those coaches, and that spot could be another team for Freeze. I think somebody will be desperate. I think most likely Arkansas, but I will say Hugh Freeze, despite his woes this year with Auburn, will get another SEC job as his next job.
All right.
All right. My final one is Nick Goody will return to the major league. I'm just kidding. Jabba will be the Yankees ball boy. I'm just kidding.
Goody's someone that's got all the balls, though. Jabba said he didn't have any.
All right. Let's. I'm gonna go baseball. I'm gonna pull one out of my hat, and I believe. Remember, I said this, that the New York Mets will be facing the Dodgers in the NLCS next year to earn their way to a World Series. I didn't say they're going to the World Series. That I believe the Mets will make a couple of moves in the offseason. They'll bring Tarek in. I think they're going to add a little relief pitching in their offseason. They're going to sign Pete Alonso. I think they'll make that trade with Detroit. And I believe the New York Mets will go to the NLCS to face off against the Dodgers to earn their way into a World Series. So that's my prediction. Mets to the NLCS next year. So, and you know what's crazy, because this is a strike year, and it's very fitting that the Mets would do something like this. They have a chance to be really, really good. Remember Montreal during the strike time? They had a chance to possibly be the best team in the National League, and then the strike happened, and then everything fell flat on their face, and then eventually they went to Washington. I'm not saying that's going to happen to the Mets, but next year before the strike, this is a strike year. Before the strike, and I could just see the Mets making a run and going to the NLCS and maybe knocking off the Dodgers and going to the World Series. So that's just my prediction. I think the Mets are going to be a lot better next year than they were this year, and I think Steve Cohen is going to open up his pockets, as we heard Mr. Steiner say that he is going to spin the wheel and make the deal in the offseason.
It does fit your scripted angle. Sports are scripted. 40 years from 86.
Yep. I think the Mets are going to be a lot better than people think next year. So I even though I can't stand Juan Soto, I expect this team to be elite next year. And they're going to add pitching, and they're going to add Tarek. I'm telling you, if there's anybody, and I'm not saying who, but I was told that Detroit is not paying Tarek in the offseason. They're not. under no circumstances are they going to spend over $400 million on a pitcher. So they're moving him. So, and the only team that I can see making a move like that to give away the prospects that they're going to be asking for is the Mets. And I think the Mets are going to do whatever it takes to win a championship next year before the strike. Expect Steve Cohen to spin the wheel and make the deal. So remember I said
Jamie Lee, Stearns is not getting fired this year. If he doesn't do anything this year, if the Mets still struggle next year, yes, then
I'm telling you, Tarek will be a Met. I'm telling you, that's another thing that you could book too. You want to say this is the double whammy. Tarek will be a Met, and the Mets go to the NLCS next year. That's my prediction. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for our show. Thank you to the one and only founder and former CEO of Steiner Sports, Brandon Steiner, for joining us. And now running his own companies like Collectible Exchange and the Steiner Agency. I never even asked him what the Steiner Agency is. So, well, I'll talk to Brandon off air. Thank you to Brandon for joining us. He was sensational. Thank you to all the fans. Thank you for all the fans following us on social media, from YouTube to Spotify and Apple, and Spotify and Apple Video. Thank you to all the fans. We had over almost 200,000 downloads last month. We were ranked at 160th of all podcasts on Spotify and Apple before the weekend started. So thank you to all the fans that are tuning in and checking out our stuff, and all the new followers that are following us on social media. Follow us on Instagram and TikTok, Job the Mouth, and you can follow me on Instagram, Rolo the Mouth, THA Mouth, MOUTH 34. So Rolo the Mouth 34. And follow us on Twitter or X, Job of the Mouth, Errol Marks 34 as well. We really appreciate all you guys, and we really hope that you guys tune in on Wednesday, because Speedy, why don't you make the announcement?
All right. So at 8:45, joining us will be Tim Donaghy. Check out his book, Personal Foul, his autobiography. It gets very in depth with the NBA scandal, what he was arrested for, and now we're seeing what many others are being investigated and arrested for.
Isn't it fitting that all this is happening and now Donaghy is coming out with a book? And now everything's starting to hit the fan about the NBA, and Donaghy's been talking about it for a long, long time. I think this is very, very fitting, and I'm going to have a lot of fun with this interview. I'm going to tell you this right now. It's a must listen to. If you don't know who Tim Donaghy is, look it up and look him up. He was a part, I remember, of the Sacramento Lakers series, Sacramento Spurs series. He has been a big part of the back end of the NBA and why the NBA is really trying to protect themselves with these betting scandals. And I think I'm going to get out some interesting information for all the fans that are into the NBA and sports betting on why Tim Donaghy shouldn't be. I wouldn't say he wasn't a problem, but he should be all to blame what the NBA has transitioned into. That's my opinion, and I think Tim Donaghy is going to express his feelings towards the NBA when he comes on this show on Wednesday. So stay tuned and get ready for a great interview. We're very excited for this. This is something very, very big, and he's been only on a couple of shows, a couple of marketing shows, and for him to come on our show says a lot about what he thinks of us. So we really appreciate Tim for joining us on Wednesday. That's it. We'll talk to you Wednesday. Good night, everybody.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.